Chapter 531. On the way to the Green Jade Immortal Island, Yang Chen carefully selected a batch of tea trees from the medicine garden, and then picked the most tender leaves, carefully fried them in the profound spirit furnace, made a jade pot and stored them in it. This was what Shi Shanshan liked, and Yang Chen made it without thinking. Exactly the same as the reaction of the Blue Cloud sect. After hearing the name of Yang Chen, the disciples of the Mountain Gate looked like they had seen a ghost, which made Yang Chen feel funny. Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan were regarded as an open Dao-companion relationship. Therefore, Yang Chen could also go straight to Shi Shanshan's residence without Shi Shanshan coming out to greet him. Relatively speaking, Shi Shanshan in the Jedon realm was more able to control her emotions than Gong Sunling and Sun Qingxue in the foundation stage. The moment she saw Yang Chen, Shi Shanshan's eyes just lit up, and then as if nothing had happened, she casually took off the veil on her face, and then calmly welcomed Yang Chen into her living room. Although Shi Shanshan's concealment was very good, Yang Chen still found the clues from the flash of her eyes. However, Yang Chen did not say it, but calmly followed Shi Shanshan into the room and sat down. Shi Shanshan was equally curious about Yang Chen's ability to survive, but she was not as eager as Sun Qingxue. But when Yang Chen talked about the thrilling place, Shi Shanshan couldn't help but hold her breath. When he talked about the final escape, Shi Shanshan unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. "I found something in that sea, let me give it to you to taste." Yang Chen would not favor one over the other. He also took out a large cup of the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid and sent it to Shi Shanshan. "This is? Four Seas mysterious coral liquid?" As a Jedon Supreme Master, Shi Shanshan was obviously more knowledgeable than Sun Qingxue. She recognized the thing in the jade cup at a glance. Even if Shi Shanshan's cultivation was good, looking at this large cup of the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid, she could not help but be shocked. The cup in front of him was comparable to the entire wealth of some small sections. It could be said to be precious. "Don't worry about worldly possessions." Yang Chen smiled and said, "This is for you to drink, not for you to be filial to your master. I'm sure you know that some things are more troublesome." The trouble that Yang Chen mentioned was something that Shi Shanshan had told him last time. It was nothing more than a conflict between the sect and one's personal opinion. Once something was too precious, it would cause the sect to covet it, which would lead to more trouble. So far, Shi Shanshan's 10,000 years elixirs were still planted in Yang Chen's medicine garden. At this point, Shi Shanshan herself was also very clear. Looking at Yang Chen's eager eyes, Shi Shanshan's heart moved, and she didn't say much. She just nodded and said, "I will find time to drink it." With Shi Shanshan's character, Yang Chen still knew a little bit. She was absolutely a man of her word, otherwise, she would not have determined that she was Yang Chen's people because of a sentence at that time. Since Shi Shanshan said that she would drink it, Yang Chen certainly believed it. Now that the two were talking, it seemed inappropriate to drink the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid. "This is a complete Yuanying stage monster's body found in a secret plane," Yang Chen said and took out the body of the last big praying mantis. "Refine a puppet, it can be used for self-defense on weekdays." Looking at the body of this powerful Yuanying stage monster, Shi Shanshan did not show a surprised look, but turned her head and asked, "Did you find it with little Shui?" And Yang Chen did not hide it and nodded directly. Things were so big that it was impossible for Yang Chen to hide it. Moreover, Yang Chen did not think about deceiving Shi Shanshan. "You give it to me? Don't leave it to the sect?" Shi Shanshan looked at Yang Chen unexpectedly, seemingly surprised by his attitude towards the sect. "The sect has left enough, this is specially for you." Yang Chen smiled and did not explain too much, but simply said, "Thank you." The feeling that Shi Shanshan gave people at the moment was always faint. Even "thank you," she was very polite. Fortunately, the words were not so enthusiastic, but she still accepted Yang Chen's kindness. In this regard, Yang Chun did not care too much. In the end, Yang Chun still took out the tea he carefully baked on the road and sent it to Shi Shanshan. This should be the taste you like, but it is more refined than last time. This time, Shi Shanshan's performance was no longer so dull, and a happy look appeared on her face. It seemed that this pot of tea made her more moved than the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid and the body of the Yuanying stage monster. At first, Yang Chun thought that it was Shi Shanshan's preference, so it was like this. But soon he understood that it was not because Shi Shanshan liked this tea that she was happy, but because Yang Chun remembered her preferences and specially prepared something suitable for her taste. This intention was the key to making her happy. Remembering Shi Shanshan's intention even made Shi Shanshan happy than those precious things. After thinking about this, Yang Chun couldn't help but smile bitterly. He still looked at Shi Shanshan too simply. The cold plum fairy who was famous in the 3 realms in his previous life was not such a vulgar person. Yang Chun took advantage of Shi Shanshan's happiness and asked directly, "Is there any suitable utensils? I got a good spirit spring by chance, let's try to brew tea?" Shi Shanshan's eyes lit up, and she quickly took out her full set of tea sets and took out a wooden bucket. Yang Chun slowly filled the bucket with the spirit spring water. Then, just like on the shuttle, he sat quietly and watched Shi Shanshan start to boil the water. After a while, Yang Chun had a cup of fragrant tea in his hand. After sniffing the fragrant cup carefully, Yang Chun took the teacup and took a sip. The tea this time was indeed more flavorful than the one on the shuttle. The tea was also good, and Yang Chun's baking was also meticulous, plus the spirit spring water was indeed more suitable than the steamed seabed spring water. The taste of the boiled tea was more wonderful. In the process of enjoying the tea, the performance of the two seemed to be more tacit than before, and the atmosphere was a lot more harmonious, not the kind of faint courtesy. Although the two were just silently tasting the fragrant tea, the effect was better than talking for a long time. They didn't say much, but it was better than 1,000 words. No one wanted to speak, for fear of destroying this rare atmosphere. After Yang Chun drank a small cup, Shi Shanshan diligently refilled Yang Chun's cup. It's just that, there is always a time to finish tasting the tea, and the two can't sit together and keep drinking tea. I plan to go back to seclusion. Putting down the teacup, Yang Chun finally said, "My cultivation is too poor this time. I will not come out until I reach the core formation stage. I'll wait for you." Shi Shanshan seemed indifferent to Yang Chun's words. However, the few words that came out of her mouth fully expressed her attitude. Chapter 532. Returning from the Green Jade Immortal Island to the Chunyang Palace, Yang Chun finally solved the busy outside affairs, greeted the head of the palace and Wang Yong, and was ready to retreat. Before Yang Chun's retreat, the head of the palace sent a batch of things to Yang Chun, but it was the various levels of fire seeds collected by the Chunyang Palace in the past 10 years. Basically, they were all 1st grade to 3rd grade fire seed. They were not particularly rare, but the number was really a lot. There were already more than 100 kinds of fire seeds in this batch, plus the last time Yang Chun got. Now Yang Chun had more than 200 kinds of 1st grade to 3rd grade fire seeds. The location of the retreat, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling had already chosen it. It was in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave. For the time being, only a few of them could come in, even the elders would not come in to cultivate easily. The spiritual power here was abundant, and it was safe and reliable. There was no place more suitable for retreat than this. It was said that the 3 of them retreated together, but the cultivation was still their own. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling have already found their own rooms, and they have also chosen a room for Yang Chun. Yang Chun did not go against the good intentions of his master and sister. Under their arrangement, he lived in the selected place. Subsequently, Yang Chun began to consider how to cultivate next in order to get better result. More than 200 low-level flames, Yang Chun must absorb and integrate them. However, before that, he must first absorb these flames into the profound spirit furnace to improve the quality of the profound spirit furnace again. The current profound spirit furnace, absorbing the fire seeds, especially the low-level fire seeds, was very easy. With the increase of the absorption of the fire seeds, the grade of the profound spirit furnace was getting higher and higher, and it was easier to collect the fire seeds. Almost at the speed of one a day, Yang Chen only took more than 200 days to absorb all the low-level fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace. With more than 200 low-level flames, the appearance of the profound spirit furnace has changed again. The pale green profound spirit furnace began to slowly turn into a pale cyan color. At first glance, it was the color of a flame burning to the extreme. Next, Yang Chen began to control the profound spirit furnace to absorb the extreme earth true fire and pure flame true fire. These two flames were both fifth-grade flames of the same level as the sun true fire and the moon true fire. They could even melt the cyan crystal profound gold when absorbed and greatly improve the grade of the profound spirit furnace. It was estimated that the previous owner of the profound spirit furnace was not like Yang Chen. When he was still in the mortal world, he had almost unlimited absorption of flames. Before and after these flames added up, it was enough to match the performance of the profound spirit furnace in the spiritual world in his previous life. The powerful fire control ability, coupled with the super grade of the profound spirit furnace, made Yang Chen only spend 2 months to easily absorb the polar true fire and the pure flame true fire into the profound spirit furnace. At the same time, the profound spirit furnace, which added 2 small pieces of cyan crystal profound gold, finally began to transform again, becoming as smooth and bright as ceramic. After completing this step, it would take close to a year's time. Next, Yang Chen did not directly absorb the flames to enhance the 3rd fire and 4th fire spirit power, but took out the collected 10th water true essence, and began to cultivate the 10th water true secret art. With the secret art and enough 10th water true essence, cultivating the 10th water true secret art was only a matter of time for Yang Chen. In just half a year, Yang Chen easily completed the 10th water true secret art. Yang Chen has cultivated the 5th earth true secret art, the 7th metal true secret art, the earth produces the metal, and the 5th earth produces the 7th metal, which was very natural. It was a pity that although the metal gave birth to water, the 7th metal and the 10th water were one yin and one yang. For the time being, it did not achieve the perfect effect of the 5 elements. But even so, the 10th water true secret art still easily upgraded the original 10th water spirit power of the 5th layer of the foundation stage to the 7th layer of the foundation stage, and quickly entered the late stage of the foundation stage from the middle stage of the foundation stage. At the same time, because of the accompanying increase effect, the other attributes of spiritual power generally improved by a small level, and the worst also entered the 6th layer of the foundation stage. The 7th metal spirit power directly rushed to the 7th layer of the foundation stage. However, the 3rd fire 4th fire spirit power was a few levels higher than other spirit powers before. This time, it did not improve too much, but it was upgraded to the peak of its original level, and it was only a step away from entering the next level again. At the moment when the 10th water true secret art was completed, Yang Chen's sea of consciousness began to change as expected. The area directly expanded to 200 acres. However, the original parts did not change. What was added was a sea formed around it, a sea that was completely composed of Gui water. The long bloody river was also connected with the small sea formed by the 10th water, but the 2 sides were well water and river water, and they were clearly separated. One side was bloody, the other side was light blue, and the border was very clear. His spiritual awareness also soared wildly at this moment, and quickly broke through the level of the middle Yuanying stage, and entered the realm of the late Yuanying stage. At this point, Yang Chen's great yin and yang 5 elements secret art has been successfully completed for 3, and only 7 still need to be supplemented. Next, it should be to absorb those fire seeds and improve the level of the fire attribute spirit power. After the promotion of the realm, Yang Chen did not rush to absorb the flame immediately, but consolidated at the current level for a period of time. During this consolidation time, Yang Chen did not waste it, but began to refine the appearance pill. The appearance pill was for Wan Qian's master and apprentice to use. There were 2 pills left from the last refining, but it was not enough, and he needed to add a few more. The medicinal materials were ready-made, and the profound spirit furnace had just been upgraded to the point where people looked up to it. For Yang Chen, refining the appearance pill had no difficulty at all. So in order to test the profound spirit furnace and his own alchemy level, Yang Chen abruptly refined the appearance pill to the 3rd grade. The triple appearance pill could not only change the appearance, but even the figure and temperament could also be changed. In order to make the people of the Blue Cloud sect no longer recognize Wan Qian's master and apprentice, Yang Chen simply chose a completely opposite temperament. Wan Qian's master and apprentice soon became 6 seductive and charming women after taking the triple appearance pill, and their figures also became abnormally hot, which was completely different from the previous disciples of the famous sections. At first glance, it was easy for people to think that Wan Qian's master and apprentice were the 6 women of the demon sections. And Yang Chen also let Wan Qian's 5 apprentices start to practice a kind of demon Dao formation called the Blissful Enchantress formation, so that no one could recognize their true identity. After refining the medicinal pills, Yang Chen used his current cultivation base to refine the Bright Ray Sword, the Blood Demon Vine Sword, and all the magic weapons that he could refine, all according to the heavenly spirit and earthly fiend's sacrificial refining. 2 years passed quickly. His cultivation base was almost consolidated, and Yang Chen finally began to prepare to absorb the newly collected fire seed. As long as these fire seeds are absorbed and integrated, the fire attribute spiritual power will directly rush to the edge of the condensation core. Chapter 533. Yang Chen was already very experienced in absorbing the fire seed. Now the flame in Yang Chen's body was a mixture of hundreds of 1st grade, 2nd grade, and 3rd grade flames. It was still a long way from Yang Chen's goal of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. It was barely regarded as a yin-yang fire. The profound spirit furnace preserved all the fire seeds, which was also an important buffer, so that Yang Chen could absorb these low-level fire seeds more easily. To absorb, of course, it was to start from the simplest and lowest level, gradually integrate, enhance the power of its own yin-yang fire, and then slowly absorb the high-level ones. This was a step-by-step process. The fire seeds that had been absorbed before had laid a solid foundation for Yang Chen, so now Yang Chen had no pressure to absorb them. The 1st grade fire seeds, it only took a few days to absorb and integrate a kind of fire. Every time a kind of flame was integrated, there was a small cluster of flames in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, and then it was directly attached to the trunk of the Penglai divine wood. The 1st grade fire seeds could not cause much change in the sea of consciousness, but it also made Yang Chen's spiritual awareness slightly stronger. 1 or 2 may not be seen, but when the total number of 1st grade flames in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness accumulated to 9981, the situation changed qualitatively. This change was not the expansion of the sea of consciousness, but the height of the sea of consciousness had undergone a huge change. It was originally only the height of a Penglai divine wood, divided into 2 layers of the sea of consciousness, and now it suddenly became several times thicker and taller. The sky also became more like the sky, with a sense of emptiness. The real shadow of the Penglai divine would seem to be affected by this change, jumping several times higher, and really becoming a towering divine wood. The spiritual awareness suddenly jumped up a lot and directly broke through the limit of the middle Yuanying stage and entered the late Yuanying stage. The drastic changes in the spiritual awareness even made the entire Immortal's cave shake. This vibration was soon discovered by Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, who were also cultivating. The two women no longer cared about their cultivation and quickly rushed to Yang Chen's side. He was relieved to see that Yang Chen was safe and sound. Yang Chen's spiritual sense, which had suddenly strengthened, shook wildly in his sea of consciousness, causing Yang Chen to show signs of losing control. This was something that had never happened in his previous cultivation. However, Yang Chen did not panic. This situation was recorded in the Three Purities' secret art. Speaking of which, this was a sign of his divine sense splitting. Next, as long as his divine sense made some progress, it would immediately split into two. When the Three Purities' secret art was cultivated to a certain level, such a situation would inevitably occur. As long as the cultivation of the divine sense was one or two great realms higher than the cultivation of the spiritual power, they would separate. The separate divine senses would grow independently until they reached the level of the three pure ones. The one Qi turning into three pure ones was the initial change. However, it was obviously not the right time for Yang Chen. If their spiritual senses were separated at such an early stage, it would be extremely difficult for the two weak spiritual senses to further improve in the future. If he normally cultivated the Three Purities' secret art, such a change would only occur when he reached the celestial immortal level. But no one thought that Yang Chen had integrated the killing intent of the beheading immortal stage and directly transformed it into a spiritual awareness, at least saving Yang Chen hundreds of years of hard work. Moreover, Yang Chen's situation was special. When he had not yet cultivated the spiritual power, he had already begun to cultivate the Three Purities' secret art, which made this situation appear earlier. Now it seemed a little uncontrollable. The violent shock of his spiritual awareness made Yang Chen have to stop all his cultivation. Even if Yang Chen was a reborn great principal golden immortal, it was impossible to control everything in his hands. There would always be such an accident. In front of him was the problem that Yang Chen needed to solve in time. Spiritual awareness double cultivation. In Yang Chen's mind, this was the first thought that came to his mind. The last time he and his master's spiritual awareness double cultivation, not only did he save his weak master, but also directly improved his master's spiritual awareness cultivation base, and also reduced his own spiritual awareness cultivation base. This method seemed to be good. Yang Chen's eyes also shot to his master's face. Looking at Yang Chen staring at herself, Gao Yu's face turned red inexplicably, not knowing what to think of. "Are you okay?" Gong Sunling asked worriedly. Although Yang Chen had stopped cultivating, the shock of his spiritual awareness was obvious, which made Gong Sunling worry. "There is a little problem, I need master's help to solve it," Yang Chen replied truthfully. Hearing this answer, both women breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it could be solved, it would not be a big problem. Gong Sunling was also very perceptive and quickly retreated. Gao Yu pointed out to Yang Chen. This was a master and disciple teaching, but it was very inconvenient for outsiders to be present. Although Gong Sunling was also a person of Chunyang Palace, after all, she was not a disciple of Gao Yu. Her attributes were different, and there was no point in staying and listening. It was good to know that Yang Chen was fine. "Master, my spiritual awareness is growing too fast, and I can't control it." Yang Chen did not completely hide it from Gao Yu, and directly said part of the situation he was facing. Of course, the Three Purities' secret art, such a heaven-defying thing, Yang Chen would never say it, even in the face of his master, it was impossible. Gao Yu had experienced a spiritual awareness double cultivation with Yang Chen. When she heard Yang Chen's words, she knew what Yang Chen wanted to do, and her face turned red again. However, despite her shyness, Yang Chen could not control his spiritual awareness, which was a big problem. Gao Yu almost didn't think about it, and pulled Yang Chen over. "Then you don't have to hold on, let's cultivate your cultivation method." Both of them had cultivated the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. The last time, it was Yang Chen who took the lead. Gao Yu was seriously injured and unconscious, and Yang Chen had to hold her in his arms and cultivate with his head on the back of Gao Yu's head. This time, Gao Yu was awake and did not need Yang Chen to take care of her. And that posture, in fact, the effect of cultivation was not as good as the two people's foreheads facing each other. However, the two people's foreheads were facing each other, but it was inevitable that there was almost zero distance face-to-face contact. Her own breath could be sprayed on the other's face, and the posture was too ambiguous. Thinking of the indescribable pleasure in the process of cultivating the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra, Gao Yu's face suddenly turned red. Even Yang Chen couldn't help but hesitate for a while. But beside Yang Chen, she felt that Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was constantly fluctuating violently, so that Gao Yu could not be shy, and directly pressed Yang Chen to sit down, and she sat opposite Yang Chen. After assuming a cultivation posture, she leaned over slightly and put her forehead toward Yang Chen. His master's beautiful face was in front of him, and Yang Chen's heart could not help but sway. It was under the urging of Gao Yu that his forehead was pressed together with Gao Yu's. This posture made Yang Chen almost unable to control it. It seemed that as long as his lips moved, he could kiss his master's cherry lip. Chapter 534. Soon, Yang Chen had to quickly enter the state of cultivation. His master had already started. If Yang Chen was half-hearted, he would only hurt the two people. Gao Yu's heart was full of shock. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was so powerful that she could hardly believe it. The feeling of shock, along with the supreme mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra, was transmitted to her sea of consciousness. The surging feeling almost made Gao Yu unable to concentrate. How could Yang Chen's spiritual awareness be so powerful? This was a doubt that had always lingered in Gao Yu's heart, but since she and Yang Chen's spiritual awareness double cultivation, Gao Yu understood that the supreme mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra was so powerful, and Yang Chen's performance did not seem to be surprising. After all, although this Heart Sutra was a double cultivation method, it could be cultivated by one person on weekdays. Usually, Gao Yu would often cultivate this supreme mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra to exercise her spiritual awareness. At this moment, she was familiar with the double cultivation. Soon, the two of them entered that mysterious state. The spiritual awareness in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness seemed to have suddenly found a place to vent, and rushed madly towards Gao Yu's sea of consciousness. Under the concerted efforts of the two, they soon found a balance and began to calm down. The unspeakable sense of joy soon appeared again. This time the two were united, and this feeling seemed to be more inseparable. The two were immersed in that kind of speechless joy they had been practicing. No one was willing to stop first, and soon entered the state of forgetting everything. He didn't know how long it took. When the two woke up at the same time and stopped practicing at the same time, Yang Chen realized that this time the spiritual awareness double cultivation was over. Reluctantly separating the two people's foreheads together, Yang Chen still had a lingering aftertaste. On the opposite side, Gao Yu was blushing, and her beautiful pretty face was almost dripping blood. With her own disciples' spiritual awareness double cultivation, there was such a shameful feeling. It really made Gao Yu ashamed. However, the trouble Yang Chen faced before soon made Gao Yu immediately began to care about Yang Chen. "How are you feeling now?" In the process of Gao Yu and Yang Chen's double cultivation, it seemed that Gao Yu did not feel how much Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness had decreased, which was completely different from the last time. "I'm fine now." Yang Chen laughed. However, there was a hint of bitterness in his laughter. This time the spiritual awareness double cultivation, Gao Yu's spiritual awareness was once again improved. It was already at the peak Zhedan stage. This time it directly broke through the Yuanying stage and reached the early Yuanying stage. On the other hand, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness did not decrease much. It just returned to the peak of the middle Yuanying stage. Although the problem was temporarily solved, as long as Yang Chen absorbed a certain amount of fire seeds, he would immediately face the same problem. Gao Yu's mind was meticulous, especially in the face of Yang Chen, who she cared about. At a glance, she saw the bitterness of Yang Chen. She couldn't help but frown and ask, is the effect of the double cultivation not as obvious as the first time? Yang Chen nodded slightly and didn't say much. It seems that he can only maintain this for a period of time and fully improve his spiritual power cultivation base. However, even if it is to improve his spiritual power cultivation base, it will inevitably cause the growth of his spiritual awareness. Is this retreat going to fail like this? Gao Yu looked at Yang Chen's face and noticed that he was a little discouraged. She frowned slightly again, but didn't say a word, but she didn't know what she was thinking about. Master's spiritual awareness, has it reached the Yuanying stage? Yang Chen and Gao Yu double cultivation. He could basically feel the strength of Gao Yu's spiritual awareness and asked aloud. Gao Yu just checked that she was already in the early Yuanying stage, but she didn't know what Yang Chen meant by asking this. There is a kind of cultivation method here, Master can try to cultivate it. As he spoke, Yang Chen handed over a jade slip, and at the same time, there was also a jade bottle full of runes. 10th Water True Secret Art? Gao Yu casually took the jade slip and explored it with her spiritual awareness, and was shocked. This level of cultivation method, of course, Gao Yu had heard of it, but she never had a chance. Yang Chen actually gave it to her. Didn't Yang Chen know that cultivating the 10th Water True Secret Art required the 10th Water True Essence? Could it be that in that jade bottle was the 10th Water True Essence? As soon as this idea came out, Gao Yu's heart began to jump. If it was really the 10th Water True Essence, doesn't it mean that she could already cultivate the 10th Water True Secret Art? Cultivating the 10th Water True Secret Art in the foundation stage, how could Gao Yu not know the benefits? But she still couldn't believe that she would have such an opportunity. Master's spiritual awareness has reached the Yuanying stage, and naturally you can control this 10th Water True Essence. Yang Chen did not have so much concealment, but went on to say, as long as you cultivate this 10th Water True Secret Art, Master is absolutely sure that you can condense your core within 20 years. The reason why it was given at this time was naturally because Gao Yu's previous spiritual awareness was too low to control the 10th Water True Essence. Now that she had reached the Yuanying stage, these were no longer problems. Yang Chen certainly had to come up with the best things for his master. Unfortunately, the 9th Water True Essence was still not known where to find it. It was impossible for Yang Chen to give it to his master. Otherwise, with the 9th Water and 10th Water cultivation, the yin and yang would complement each other, and the power would be higher. Gao Yu nodded, knowing that Yang Chen was telling the truth. Far beyond the level of her own spiritual awareness cultivation, coupled with the 10th Water True Essence 10th Water True Secret Art, the spiritual power here was sufficient. Achieving the Jedan stage in 20 years was by no means an empty talk. Although her own cultivation was no longer a problem, Gao Yu was still worried about Yang Chen's troubles. The second spiritual awareness double cultivation, the effect was obviously not as good as the first time. In this way, Yang Chen would soon face the same trouble. If she wanted to solve this big trouble for Yang Chen, it seemed that there was no other way. She could only make an idea on Gong Sunling, who was also in seclusion. Thinking of this, a smile suddenly appeared on Gao Yu's face. Gong Sunling also had a good impression of Yang Chen. If she also had spiritual awareness double cultivation with Yang Chen, the first double cultivation, she would definitely be able to solve this trouble for Yang Chen. Although she didn't know if Yang Chen would encounter the same problem in the future, it seemed that Gao Yu had a hunch that as long as Yang Chen's cultivation base reached the Jedan stage, all the problems would be solved. Making up her mind, Gao Yu didn't say much, she just planned how to talk to Gong Sunling about it. It was strange to say that Gao Yu planned this thing herself, but there was no bitterness in her heart. It seemed that as long as it was for Yang Chen, no matter how uncomfortable things made Gao Yu feel, she could tolerate it. She didn't even know when she had such a mentality. She only knew one thing: as long as Yang Chen was safe, then everything was fine. Chapter 535. Yang Chen has settled his heart. His cultivation base must be improved, otherwise there will be a lot of things that can't be dealt with in the foundation stage. As for the problem of spiritual awareness splitting, if the spiritual awareness double cultivation with his master can't be completely solved, Yang Chen will go all out and let the spiritual awareness split. At most, it will take a little time to improve in the future. It is not something that can't be solved at all. In cultivation, there is no such thing as smooth sailing, a little more twists and turns, a little more tempering. It is also a sharpening for oneself. There are only benefits and no harm. After figuring it out, Yang Chen was not so entangled at the beginning. After sending his master away, Yang Chen began to sit down quietly and first checked the changes in his sea of consciousness. Speaking of which, the changes brought by this double cultivation to the sea of consciousness were not obvious, but the reduction of the spiritual awareness brought about a certain degree of reduction in the sea of consciousness. This situation is not the first time, and this is not necessarily a bad thing. After this process of shrinking and growing, the degree of conciseness of Yang Chen's sea of consciousness will be strengthened, and the higher the degree of condensation of the spiritual awareness, it also means that the quality of the spiritual awareness is higher. Now Yang Chen suddenly understands the true role of the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. In addition to the fact that double cultivation can improve the spiritual awareness cultivation base faster than single cultivation, there is another important aspect, that is, to condense the sea of consciousness and improve the quality of the spiritual awareness. He believes that Gao Yu's spiritual awareness is also very different from before, which is definitely a good thing for Gao Yu. In the future, it seems that it is necessary to carry out this kind of spiritual awareness double cultivation with his master. The wonderful feeling of close contact with his master still makes Yang Chen reminisce. After resting for a long time, Yang Chen completely came out from that kind of aftertaste. This was the change caused by the absorption of 99 kinds of first-grade fire seeds before and after. Yang Chen has at least several times more fire seeds. It is necessary to fuse the flames into the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. This kind of flame that only exists in legends, almost no one in Yang Chen's previous life could collect it all. Even the existence of a powerful person like the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord does not have this legendary flame. Many low-level flame seeds almost didn't exist in the spirit world and immortal world. As long as an ordinary flame seed entered the spirit world and immortal world, the powerful spirit force would cause the flame seed to extinguish. It was impossible to ascend from the mortal world with a low-level fire seed. The contradiction was that almost none of the fire elementalists who could ascend possessed a low-grade fire seed. In the mortal world, there was no one who could fuse all kinds of flames. After ascending, he had the ability but found that there was no fire seed to absorb, which was why the yin-yang heaven-burning fire had never appeared. Yang Chen was different. The opportunity of rebirth was unique. He was blessed by the heavens. Even in the mortal world, he already had unparalleled means of controlling fire and could integrate so many low-level flames. This kind of opportunity was simply tailor-made for the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. If Yang Chen let it go, then he would be the biggest fool. Yang Chen must fuse with these low-level flames on his body. After a few days of simple cultivation, it was regarded as consolidating the results of this double cultivation. After that, Yang Chen once again began to absorb the fire seed. There were still nearly 100 kinds of first-grade fire seed. This time, the absorption took almost half a year. Another change occurred after the third fire and fourth fire were all full of 81 kind. The first-grade fire seeds collected before were very average. There were more than 81 kinds of third fire and fourth fire. When Yang Chen thoroughly absorbed and integrated, the yin-yang fire finally underwent a qualitative change. The original two flames in the body, a mixed third fire and a mixed fourth fire, were entangled at this moment like two fire dragons, entangled with each other, forming a very regular double spiral flame. Whether it was the third fire spirit power or the fourth fire spirit power, all began to rise wildly at this moment. The spiritual power of the underground spiritual vein was absorbed into the body by Yang Chen like a black hole and began to strengthen the power of the flame. Yang Chen's side exuded a terrifying heat. The double spiral flame, after the nourishment of this spiritual power, instantly changed color. The third fire began to become a gorgeous purple, and the fourth fire became a pure blue, intertwined and looked particularly eye-catching. Of course, this scene could only be seen by Yang Chen. At this point, the yin-yang heaven-burning fire was really in its embryonic form and had the possibility of developing in the direction of the final great accomplishment. The embryo was formed, and the rest was that Yang Chen would continue to absorb more flames to strengthen the supplement. The third fire spirit power and the fourth fire spirit power were directly promoted here. The third fire spirit power was directly promoted to the 8th layer of the foundation stage, and the fourth fire spirit power even rushed to the 9th layer of the foundation stage, only one step away from reaching the peak of the foundation stage. The other attributes of the spirit power, driven by the improvement of the 2 fire attributes, also began to improve. Except for the 10th water spirit power and the 7th metal spirit power, all the others have been promoted to the level of the 7th layer of the foundation stage. At this point, all of Yang Chen's spiritual power finally stepped into the level of the late stage of the foundation stage. And the 3 kinds of spiritual power, 5th earth, 7th metal and 10th water, were all the most original spiritual power. The starry flames in the sea of consciousness also fiercely merged, just like the flames in Yang Chen's body, forming a 2-color fire dragon, purple and blue intertwined, entangled in the Penglai divine wood, like a towering pillar with 2 more guardian dragons. The strange thing was that the sea of consciousness did not expand again, but it was further compressed, as if there was a powerful force that compressed the huge sea of consciousness a lot. The space also changed from 200 acres to 150 acres again. The situation that Yang Chen was worried that his spiritual awareness would skyrocket again did not occur, but with the compression of the sea of consciousness, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was also compressed crazily. The spiritual awareness of the middle Yuanying stage, under this power that Yang Chen could not explain, began to slowly decline, until it fell to the early Yuanying stage. Although the cultivation base of the spiritual awareness has been very obvious, Yang Chen did not feel that his strength has declined. Whether it is the range of the sword or the exploration of the spiritual awareness, it has not been reduced, but slightly improved. Originally, Yang Chen could explore the movement within 100 miles when he released his spiritual awareness, but now Yang Chen felt that he could easily reach about 120 miles. This could only explain one thing: the condensation of the spiritual awareness brought by it was not just a simple drop in the realm of the spiritual awareness. Perhaps this was the effect that he had never seen in the 3 purities' secret art. In any case, such a change made Yang Chen very happy. The control of the spiritual awareness has been greatly enhanced, and he has temporarily relieved the worry of the split of his spiritual awareness, which was definitely a good thing. Chapter 536. The spiritual power had almost collectively improved by a small level, and Yang Chen certainly could not be greedy for a quick breakthrough and ignore the consolidation of the realm. Naturally, he could not continue to absorb the fire seed immediately. There were 2 basic effects of consolidating the cultivation base. One was to let his body slowly accept the changes brought about by the improvement of spiritual power. The other was to let himself adapt to the battle and other actions after the improvement of spiritual power. This was to lay the foundation for future continuous improvement. In a short period of time, the continuous improvement of the realm was not a genius, it was a fool. When the body has not adapted to the influence of the improved strength, it will blindly improve to a higher realm. It was okay once or twice, but it also takes a longer time to get used to and adapt. Once such an improvement is carried out continuously, the final result is that after several consecutive improvements, the body can no longer adapt to its own strength. The final result is either an extremely serious injury, or the foundation is destroyed and it can no longer be improved. No matter which result, it was not what Yang Chen wanted. Therefore, Yang Chen could only stop absorbing the flame for the time being and honestly adapt to it every day. Of course, there was a better way, that was to use the spiritual power tirelessly, so that his body could adapt to the changed spiritual power in the process of using it more quickly. Refining the magic weapon was also a good way to use spiritual power. As it happened, there were still a lot of things on Yang Chen's body that needed to be re-refined. Profound Spirit Furnace, Medicine Garden, Dome Hall, Bright Ray Sword and Blood Phantom Vine Sword, all needed to be refined by Yang Chen. The sea-pouring jasper cup had just been collected with a unique method. It could only be used simply, and it had not experienced any refining. The Profound Spirit Furnace was the highest-grade magic weapon in Yang Chen's hands. It took Yang Chen half a year to refine the Profound Spirit Furnace to the 6th layer of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art and the 8th layer of the Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Secret Art. This was also the highest realm that Yang Chen could currently cultivate the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art and the Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Secret Art. Yang Chen had already lit up 140 of the 1080 spiritual power threads in his body. The increase in the power of spiritual power had reached at least 4 times. In terms of the power of spiritual power alone, he was no longer a master in the early Jedon stage. Next, it was time to refine the herb garden. The grade of the herb garden was very high, so it was very difficult for Yang Chen to refine it. Moreover, this time, Yang Chen was refining the herb garden and the dome together, so the difficulty was even higher. The herb garden and the dome were originally one magical treasure, but after Yang Chen refined them separately, they were no longer coordinated. Of course, Yang Chen would not continue like this, so he would rather spend a great deal of effort to refine the medicine garden and the dome together. For a full 2 years, Yang Chen spent it on the medicine garden's purifying bottle. The Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art for the medicine garden had reached the extreme. With Yang Chen's current cultivation, it was impossible to improve it again. The focus of the refinement this time was still on the Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Art. The 2nd layer of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art, the 4th layer of the Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Art, this was the result of Yang Chen's refining for 2 years. The level of the herb garden and the dome were slightly improved, and the protection of the dome was more excellent. However, what made Yang Chen happy was the changes in the herb garden. The space of the herb garden had once again increased a lot. However, this time the increase was the credit of the 10th water true essence. The increased part was just like Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. There was a circle of blue sea around the land, all of which were the 10th water layer. In this way, some medicinal materials that could grow in the seawater could also be transplanted to the herb garden. This was not enough. The portal that loomed in the herb garden was much clearer this time. He had seen the complete outline, but it was still only visible and could not be touched. It seemed that his cultivation base was not enough, otherwise he could enter the deeper portal. He really didn't know how many years of amazing elixirs were behind this portal. The Bright Ray Sword and the Blood Phantom Vine Flying Sword, Yang Chen was strictly refining them according to the highest level of his current Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art and the Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Art. These 2 flying swords basically belonged to Yang Chen's refining from the lowest stage, especially the Blood Phantom Vine Flying Sword, which was personally refined by Yang Chen. There was no difficulty in refining the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art and the Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Art. Even so, the 2 flying swords took Yang Chen almost a year to complete. Coupled with the maintenance of the Universe Treasure Raising Secret Art, the two flying swords have been upgraded by at least 3 levels compared to the original. Not to mention anything else, just after the refining was completed and thrown to Xiao Tian couldn't wait to bite the Blood Phantom Vine flying sword, and then coiled on the Bright Ray sword and never got up. In the past few years of Yang Chen's retreat, Xiao Tian also consumed a lot of magic weapon fragments collected by Yang Chen. After simply digesting the dragon qi in the Dragon Palace's treasure house and these broken spirits, Xiao Tian's figure looked a little bigger. However, after all, it was still in its infancy, and it was not too shocking. Finally, it was the refining of the sea-pouring jasper cup. After it was completely collected, the sea-pouring jasper cup could also be refined. However, the grade of the sea-pouring jasper cup was still a bit high for Yang Chen, even more than the medicine garden. For a whole year and a half, Yang Chen spent all of it on the sea-pouring jasper cup. Even so, it only referred to the refining of the Heavenly Spirit first layer and the Earth Fiend second layer. Although the results did not seem very good, Yang Chen was already very satisfied. Although the refining level of the sea-pouring jasper cup was a bit low, after this refining, it was now easy to use. And in a short period of time, the sea-pouring jasper cup's function may not be used by Yang Chen. At most, it was used to shield the exploration of spiritual awareness. For Yang Chen, it was enough. Just this refining took Yang Chen a full 5 years. The improved spiritual power has been consolidated to the point that it could not be consolidated anymore. At this point, Yang Chen began to continue to absorb the fire seed. The embryonic form of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire has been formed, and Yang Chen no longer has to worry too much. The remaining first-grade fire seeds were completely a tonic for the embryonic form of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Yang Chen didn't care about the 3721, according to the order of the third fire and fourth fire. He began to absorb the remaining first-grade fire seeds one by one. This time, the absorption of the first-grade fire seeds, in addition to making the brightness of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire a little higher and the spiritual awareness slightly increased, there was no other change. But even so, after absorbing all the remaining first-grade fire seeds, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base was raised to the limit of the early Yuanying stage. The two fire dragons entangled together in the sea of consciousness have become a lot thicker. Even Yang Chen's fire attribute spiritual power has made great progress. Although it has not yet reached the edge of upgrading, Yang Chen has also benefited a lot. All the first-grade fire seeds on his body were all absorbed, and Yang Chen began to take out the second-grade fire seeds, ready to absorb and fuse. Collection. Chapter 537. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire had just been formed, and it was still very fragile. At this time, whether it was used for fighting or for alchemy refining, it was not a good idea. Only when the yin-yang heaven-burning fire grew to a certain point could these tasks be completed. The only way to make the yin-yang heaven-burning fire grow was to swallow other fire seed. Of course, if the low-level yin-yang heaven-burning fire wanted to swallow the high-level fire seeds, such as the sun true fire and the moon true fire, there was only one result: it would be refined by these high-level fire seeds. Therefore, the swallowing could only start from the low-grade fire seeds and slowly strengthen itself. The first-grade fire seed was indeed the best tonic for the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. After absorbing the remaining first-grade fire seeds, the yin-yang heaven-burning fire in Yang Chen's body had begun to slowly become stronger. In Yang Chen's body, there were dozens of second-grade fire seeds and third-grade fire seeds that were fused with the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. All of them had been used as the foundation for the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, which also made Yang Chen's current yin-yang heaven-burning fire much stronger than the ordinary newly formed fire seed. After swallowing all the first-grade fire seeds, and then absorbing the second-grade fire seeds, naturally there would not be too many obstacles. Now Yang Chen does not have to deliberately control the absorption. All of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire spontaneously completes the whole process. Compared with the previous complete need for Yang Chen's control, it was not a little bit simple. At least Yang Chen does not have to control the flame anymore, for fear that the fusion of the flame will lead to an explosion. All of this, the yin-yang heaven-burning fire has no such worries at all. The characteristics of this flame, in addition to burning the sky, was to swallow all kinds of flames, as long as it is within the scope of its grade. Perhaps the primary yin-yang heaven-burning fire composed entirely of the first-grade flame can only automatically absorb the first-grade flame, but as long as it absorbs more than 2 kinds of second-grade flames, the third fire and fourth fire are complete. The primary yin-yang heaven-burning fire can automatically absorb the second-grade flame. Of course, when Yang Chen absorbs, he also needs to pay a little attention to the balance of yin and yang. The current yin-yang heaven-burning fire, but it includes several kinds of third-grade flames, it is no longer primary, so the second-grade flame is completely automatically absorbing the fusion. The only thing that needs to be controlled by Yang Chen is that the flame in the profound spirit furnace should be cut off at the right time, lest the fire seeds of the profound spirit furnace be completely absorbed. The 2 fire dragons in Yang Chen's body began to change slowly under Yang Chen's crazy absorption. Every time a flame is absorbed, the color of the fire dragon changed a little. The purple flames became more and more intense, while the green flames became fainter and fainter. Of course, this change was only a trend. A mere second-grade flame, at best, made the primary yin-yang heaven-burning fire no longer so fragile. It was still far from the real change of being reborn. Yang Chen flame, Yang heaven, Yang flame, Yang burning, fire flame, Yang fire, even if it, Yang Chen, everything, Yang flame fire, time. Even if everything could be saved, the only thing that couldn't be replaced was time. When the number of second-grade flames exceeded 64, the spiritual power in Yang Chen's body changed again. The fire elemental spiritual energy began to increase again. However, this time, the third fire and fourth fire began to be completely balanced. First of all, the third fire spiritual power reached the 9th layer of the foundation stage. Then, the yin-yang heaven-burning fire seemed to have stepped on another level of change, and the 2 spiritual powers of the third fire and fourth fire began to improve again. The 2 fire dragons of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, compared to the original prototype, were much more vivid, more like dragons, and even Yang Chen could barely distinguish which was the head and which was the tail. What surprised Yang Chen was that he thought that the yin-yang heaven-burning fire was the 2 fire dragon heads against each other. Now he found that this was not the case at all. The purple fire dragon and the cyan fire dragon were connected head to tail, and each head touched the other's tail and entangled together. The third fire spiritual power and the fourth fire spiritual power, under the crazy roll of the 2 fire dragons, were like boiling, flowing in the meridians of Yang Chen, climbing. It seemed that in just a short moment, Yang Chen's 2 spiritual powers were collectively pushed to the 10th layer of the foundation stage. This was already the peak of the foundation stage, only 1 step away. He could step into the Jedon stage. The other spiritual powers, driven by the fire attribute spiritual power, also began to improve in a related way. The 7th layer of the foundation stage, collectively upgraded to the 8th layer of the foundation stage before it stopped steadily. The change of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire and the improvement of spiritual power inevitably brought about changes in the sea of consciousness. As if it was echoing with the 2 fire dragons in Yang Chen's body, the 2 fire dragons in the sea of consciousness also became a lot clearer. The only difference from Yang Chen's body was that the 2 fire dragons in the sea of consciousness were coiled around a towering pillar of the Penglai divine wood. The 2 fire dragons directly turned the Penglai divine wood into a pillar of fire with 2 colors. As expected, the spiritual awareness once again skyrocketed, from the early Yuanying stage, directly rushed to the apex of the middle Yuanying stage, just stopped at this point. There was no step forward, otherwise Yang Chun would have to face the dilemma of the split spiritual awareness again. It was a close call. Yang Chen also secretly wiped the cold sweat on his head. Fortunately, it stopped at this point. If it went further, it would be troublesome. Now this point was just right. The next time Yang Chun was promoted to the Jedon stage, maybe it would be able to solve a big problem. With a long sigh, Yang Chun stopped cultivating. This time, the Yin-Yang 5 Elements secret art collectively upgraded a level, although it was only a short period of half a year, but then Yang Chun had to stop again to consolidate his cultivation base. This was a step that could not be omitted if Yang Chun wanted to have long-term development in the future. Originally, according to the ordinary cultivation method, it was impossible for Yang Chun to have such a fast speed of improvement. However, in this life, Yang Chen's super ability to control the fire gave him such a way of promotion that was almost like cheating. Usually, even if it was a fire cultivator like Yang Chen, at most, they could only absorb one kind of fire seed. Like Yang Chen's crazy absorption of hundreds of kinds of fire seeds, it was unique. It could be said that there was no one before and no one after. No one could be faster than Yang Chen's cultivation method. Although Gao Yugong's Sunling claimed to be in retreat, in fact, it was a completely different method. In addition to the closed-door cultivation in this place full of spiritual power, the way they consolidated their cultivation was to go out and fight with the monsters. But Yang Chun and these low-level monsters, for Yang Chun, there was not much experience to be gained. Therefore, Yang Chen's way of consolidating his cultivation base returned to the aspect that Yang Chen was good at. This time, Yang Chen chose to refine a great Yin-Yang 5 Elements flying sword for himself, the first wood flying sword. Chapter 538. The great Yin and Yang 5 Elements flying sword. Yang Chen already had two. One was the Binghua flying sword Bright Ray sword, the other was the second wood flying sword Blood Demon Vine sword. Now Yang Chen was going to start the refining of the first wood flying sword. For refining the first wood flying sword, there was no more suitable material than the Penglai Divine Wood. This was something that Yang Chen had already decided after he got the Penglai Divine Wood. However, at that time, Yang Chen's cultivation base was low, and the Penglai Divine Wood had just been transplanted into the medicine garden, and it had not yet fully matured, so it had not been carried out. Now, the Penglai Divine Wood was growing very well under the nourishment of the medicine garden, and after the indirect nourishment of the thunder pomegranate, it was even more verdant. The old tree demon Gui Shanyu just absorbed a Penglai Divine Wood, and his cultivation base soared. Up to now, Yang Chen could not judge whether the old tree demon's cultivation base had reached the middle Deshang stage or higher. Among the fully mature Penglai Divine Wood forests, one was the thickest, which was carefully selected by Yang Chen and nourished with the first wood spirit power and the fifth earth spirit power. It was also the main material chosen by Yang Chen for his own first wood flying sword. A complete Penglai Divine Wood was dug up by Yang Chen, and all the side branches and leaves were carefully treated by Yang Chen, leaving only the straight branches and the thick taproot. Like the Blood Demon Vine flying sword, the Penglai Divine Wood flying sword also needed to use the main root of the Divine Wood. In fact, the wood flying sword was the best way to deal with it. Retaining the main root would preserve the possibility of future growth of the wood flying sword, and it was also the key to the future upgrade of the flying sword. Few people would be so extravagant to use a whole Penglai Divine Wood to refine a flying sword, not that they did not want to, but they could not. The preciousness of the Penglai Divine Wood, even in the spiritual world, was also amazing. The long branches and the main root were at least 100 feet long and as thick as two people. However, Yang Chen acted as if he didn't see the length of the tree. Both his hands began to cast one spell after another towards the giant tree in front of him. In each secret technique, there was a powerful first wood spirit power. Every spell seal that hit the huge tree trunk seemed to make the huge branch shrink a little. During this process, Yang Chen was unusually careful and painstaking. With his current cultivation base, even every time he made a secret technique, the first wood spirit power of his whole body would be emptied. Yang Chen had no choice but to rely on his powerful recovery ability and the rich spiritual energy underground to barely survive. This magic art contained at least dozens of miniature formations. Fortunately, Yang Chen had the powerful divine sense of the intermediate stage of the original level. His divine sense was also extremely condensed, which was why he could complete such a difficult spell. Hundreds of completely different techniques were used, and the huge Penglai divine wood's trunk had shrunk to almost double. But for Yang Chen, it was still a behemoth. The later secret techniques seemed to be more responsible and more energy-consuming. Every time he played one, Yang Chen had to rest for a long time. Restoring the spirit power was one thing, and even the spiritual awareness had to rely on the three purities' secret art to recover once before it could continue. To refine the huge Penglai divine wood trunk into the size of an ordinary flying sword, just this step would take a lot of effort from Yang Chen. Seeing the huge Penglai divine wood getting smaller and smaller, Yang Chen's secret technique was getting slower and slower. It used to take about half an hour, but now it would take at least half a day to make one. On the shrinking trunk of the Penglai divine wood, there was now a dazzling light. Even Gao Yu and Gong Sunling had been alarmed and came to see what was going on. Seeing that Yang Chen was concentrating on the secret technique, the two women also knew what was going on. No one disturbed Yang Chen, they just found a place far away where they could see this side and continued their cultivation. However, after each cultivation, they would always pay attention to Yang Chen's side, to make sure that he had no problems, and then they would continue. Yang Chen had no concept of time. He only knew that he had to refine the huge trunk in front of him into his own first wood flying sword. And the step in front of him was to create a sword embryo, which was something that could not be saved. Although for Yang Chen, when his cultivation base was higher, it would take less time, and the certainty would be greater. However, Yang Chen did not want to waste time on fighting with the monsters. The process of refining the first wood flying sword embryo itself was a good process to consolidate his current cultivation base. For a full 3 years, Yang Chen was in the process of honing people's hard work and will, and did almost nothing else. Every day, he would restore his spiritual power and spiritual awareness, and then make a secret technique. Thousands of secret techniques wrapped the entire first wood flying sword embryo evenly. Now the sword embryo had been reduced to a length of 6 feet and the thickness of a wrist, which was the most suitable size for the flying sword embryo. When the last secret technique was made, the first wood flying sword embryo, which was originally wrapped in a dazzling light, suddenly converged all the light and showed its body. A small trunk and main root of the Penglai divine wood, the whole body was covered with tiny and dense rune secret technique. In front of Yang Chen, it was like an ordinary wooden stick. After all, it was only a sword embryo, and even the sword edge had not been opened. Yang Chen reached out and grabbed this sword embryo, feeling the feeling of the flying sword and his own mind, and his heart was satisfied. This sword embryo was obviously tempered with the first wood spirit power of the Penglai divine wood for several years, which would have such an effect. After this refining of the rough embryo, Yang Chen could further carefully carve and turn the first wood flying sword into what he wanted. "What is this?" Gong Suanling's voice sounded from the side. She had already seen that there was no movement on Yang Chen's side, and quickly rushed here and asked curiously. "The sword embryo of the flying sword." Yang Chen turned and gave Gong Sunling an intimate smile, and then replied. She didn't know why, seeing Yang Chen's smile, Gong Suanling's face turned red. She didn't know what made her feel shy. "You can also refine the flying sword?" Gong Sunling had not seen the process of Yang Chen commenting on Wang Yong's Qilin flying sword. Naturally, Yang Chen actually refining the flying sword was very different. "Is it strange?" Yang Chen looked at Gong Sunling, and his heart was amused for a while, but he continued to say, "Don't forget, my master is a rare refining master in Chunyang Palace. As a disciple, how can I not refine the flying sword? Don't forget, our intrinsic flying swords are yours," said Yi Shiwen. Gao Yu's voice also sounded from the other side. She had never relaxed her attention to Yang Chen, and almost arrived at the same time as Gong Sunling. Listening to Yang Chen's answer to Gong Sunling's words, Gao Yu interrupted in time. Chapter 539. It's still early for you to condense the natal flying sword. Yang Chen replied with a smile, "Master, senior sister, when did I not keep my promise? Just reminding you, lest you forget." Gao Yu came over with a smile. It seemed that when she saw that Yang Chen had completed the refining of the sword embryo, she was also happy for Yang Chen from the bottom of her heart. In fact, it was not the first time that Gong Sunling heard of Yang Chen's refining of the flying sword, but it was the first time that she saw it with her own eyes. In fact, during the great tribulation of the devil arts, the blood demon vine sword in Yang Chen's hands had frequently appeared in the mouths of all the cultivators who talked about it. Of course, everyone did not know that it was the blood demon vine sword. They only knew that Yang Chen, the disciple of the foundation stage of Chunyang Palace, refined a sword embryo himself. When he was looking for a century-old tree to nourish it, Lin Changhe bumped into the blade of the sword. At that time, Yang Chen had a flying sword embryo. In front of them was another flying sword embryo, and it was refined under the eyes of Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. After the first secret art was cast, all the aura of the Penglai divine wood was sealed by the secret art. So far, the two women still haven't seen what material this was. However, this did not prevent the two women from knowing the huge weight of this flying sword. A whole Penglai divine wood was forcibly refined into such a size by the secret art, but the weight was not reduced at all. It seemed to complement Yang Chen's brute force. After all, it was still just a sword embryo. The sword edge had not been opened, and the two women did not entangle on this issue. What Gao Yu cared about was whether Yang Chen was still troubled by the troubles of the spiritual awareness, so she asked on the spot. Yang Chen would have to face this problem sooner or later. Now the second-grade fire seed in Yang Chen's hand has been completely absorbed, which has once again allowed Yang Chen's spiritual awareness to climb to the peak of the middle Yuanying stage. Next, as long as Yang Chen absorbs any kind of third-grade fire seed, he will cross this barrier and reach the late Yuanying stage again. A third-grade fire seed, just one kind, was enough for Yang Chen's cultivation base and spiritual awareness to improve by a small level. Although a single type might not be enough in the face of core condensation, his divine sense could definitely grow. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling immediately saw Yang Chen's slight hesitation. After the two women looked at each other, their worry was overflowing. Immediately after, Gong Sunling's face bloomed a bright red, and she no longer dared to look at Yang Chen. Gong Sunling's abnormal performance, Yang Chen did not care. He had now decided to bear the consequences of splitting his spiritual awareness, so his mood was relatively calm. Refining the first wood sword embryo was originally to consolidate his cultivation base. So far, the sword embryo has been formed, and the rest was fine carving, which was not even a day's work. Yang Chen quickly put away the sword embryo and asked about the progress of the two women. It had only been 60 years since Gao Yu switched to the water attribute cultivation method. Cultivating to the late stage of the foundation establishment stage was already a rare genius performance. Therefore, the retreat to accompany Yang Chen's core condensation was purely accompanying Yang Chen. If she wanted to follow the pace of Yang Chen's core condensation, she still needed at least 10 or 20 years of fire. However, because of the improvement of her spiritual awareness, Gao Yu was now more handy than before. She believed that even if there was a gap with Yang Chen, it was only a gap of 10 or 20 years. After cultivating for a long time, this gap of 10 or 20 years was simply small and pitiful. Gong Suanling's progress was amazing, and at this moment she was almost at the peak foundation establishment stage. She was also only one step away from entering the realm of the condensation core. In her previous life, Gong Sunling was a genius in cultivation. In this life, she was influenced by Yang Chen and changed some of her attitude towards life, but her cultivation was not delayed at all. Instead, there were signs of it being faster than before. It must be known that in his previous life, Yang Chen barely entered the Jedon realm in more than 300 years, and then it took almost 700 or 800 years to promote from the Jedon realm to the Yuanying realm. At that time, Gong Sunling had already turned into ashes in the process of transcending tribulation. In his previous life, Yang Chen still relied on the power of the Sun True Fire to rush into the Yuanying realm in the last 100 years of his life. Gong Sunling relied on her own excellent talent all the way and entered the Deshang stage. At that time, Yang Chen, compared with Gong Sunling, was a slag. Fortunately, in this life, from the beginning of Yang Chen's cultivation to the present, it has only been a short period of 80 years, and he has already reached the peak foundation establishment stage and was about to step into the Jedon realm. Compared with his previous life, it was not known how many times faster it was. The most important thing was that his master had embarked on a completely different path from his previous life, and senior sister Gong Sunling, with Yang Chen, would not repeat the same mistakes in the tribulation. It seemed that both Yang Chen and Gong Sunling had hoped to condense their cores in one fell swoop. The consolidation of their cultivation base was almost done. On the side of Gong Sunling, apart from cultivating, she was fighting with the monsters, and there was not much problem. Next, the two of them once again attacked the condensation core realm. Gao Yu was an experienced person, and she described her experience of condensing the Dan to the two in great detail. Yang Chen did not hide anything. Not only did he share Elder Wu Xiong's cultivation experience with the two women, but he also said his previous life's experience of condensing the Dan in the name of reading a lot of books. After all, he was a great principal golden immortal, and many of the gaps in knowledge could not be made up. Even if it was Gao Yu, listening to Yang Chen's words, couldn't help but have a feeling of enlightenment. Gong Suanling's perception was amazing, and it was even more like a treasure. Listening to it, her eyes were full of splendor, and she couldn't wait to try it out immediately. Together, Yang Chen took out a large bottle of jade dragon wine and tasted the wine with his master and senior sister and relaxed. He even gave each of the two women a large cup of 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, so that they could also sleep, eliminate fatigue, so that they could recharge and attack the Jedon stage. For Yang Chen's generosity, the two women seemed to be accustomed to it, and they did not refuse, let alone guard against Yang Chen. In front of Yang Chen, after drinking the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, they fell asleep under the protection of Yang Chen. After a short gathering, the three people dispersed again. Yang Chen did not need to guard against anyone here, so he did not pay too much attention to the whereabouts of the two women. Refining the first wood sword embryo had almost consolidated his cultivation base, and then he could start to attack the Jedon stage. Before that, Yang Chen habitually practiced all the cultivation methods, including the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, and even drank a glass of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. He had a beautiful sleep and raised his spirit, and then began to absorb the fire seed again. This time, he absorbed the 3rd grade fire seed. The 3rd grade fire seeds collected by the sect added up to no less than 10. These 10 kinds of 3rd grade fire seeds were enough for Yang Chen to hit the Jedon stage. Chapter 540. Yang Chen was not worried that he could not condense his Dan, but he had to be careful of the splitting of his spiritual awareness. The most ideal situation was that Yang Chen successfully condensed his Dan, and his spiritual awareness was enhanced at the same time. In this case, the spiritual power cultivation base and the spiritual awareness cultivation base would not be too far apart, and the trouble of splitting his spiritual awareness would be avoided. But Yang Chen knew that this was just an extravagant hope. There were some things that he had to face. Now that he had figured it out, Yang Chen did not have any unrealistic fantasies, but just started to practice step by step. Among the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, there were already several kinds of third-grade fire seed. Therefore, now the primary yin-yang heaven-burning fire absorbed the third-grade fire seed without any difficulty. The third-grade fire seed that was being absorbed, under the control of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, a trace of flame was separated from the profound spirit furnace, and almost without stopping, it entered Yang Chen's body and was swallowed into the abdomen by the purple fire dragon in his body. However, this trace of flame was endless, and it was never cut off because it was swallowed by the fire dragon. Seeing that the color of the purple fire dragon seemed to be getting thicker and thicker, Yang Chen's heart was happy for a while. In his previous life, where would he have the opportunity to come into contact with this legendary flame? Not to mention Yang Chen, even the masters who played with fire were not possible. Now this legendary flame has been formed in Yang Chen's body. How could Yang Chen not be excited? Although the absorption of the third-grade fire seed could be spontaneously absorbed by the primary yin-yang heaven-burning fire, in the same way, the time could not be saved. Yang Chen could rest assured to cultivate other cultivation methods, as long as he always paid attention to this side. This kind of multitasking skill, after cultivating the three purities secret art, Yang Chen was already very familiar with it. It must be known that the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art was 10 kinds of spiritual power at the same time, and Yang Chen was still easy to master. This kind of just paying attention to it was not difficult. However, for the time being, Yang Chen did not dare to work too hard on the three purities secret art. He was absorbing the flame, and it was not suitable to cultivate the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art. He could only work on the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. It would take at least a few months to absorb the flames. It would be a pity to waste it. Speaking of which, after Yang Chen obtained this technique, he basically had to cultivate 1 cycle a day, just like the great yin-yang 5 elemental arts, except for the fact that he had no opportunity to do anything else. So far, the yellow turban strongman body refining technique has not made much progress. This was normal. After all, this was the mortal world, not the immortal world. Yang Chen had only cultivated this kind of immortal art for 20 years, and it was only intermittent. If he wanted to achieve small success with this, he would be underestimating this cultivation method too much. Even so, Yang Chen could still sense the improvement of his physical strength with every cultivation session. After the impurities in the body were adjusted by the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, he cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. The life essence of the immortals absorbed by Yang Chen began to be stimulated bit by bit. In addition to changing Yang Chen's acquired spirit root, those life essences were all improving Yang Chen's physique, which was also the reason why Yang Chen's physical strength was so strong in this life. But until now, those life essences were really completely absorbed by Yang Chen. Yang Chen, who was in the process, did not notice that his body seemed to be changing. The body was already very strong, and at this time it seemed to be more robust. The muscles of the whole body, on the original basis, became more and more bulging. At first glance, it seemed that Yang Chen's person suddenly became thicker. The joints of the whole body were slightly cracking, and Yang Chen's sitting body was also very strangely taller. Yang Chen's whole person was like a monster returning from the wilderness. The muscles of the whole body were like small snakes, entrenched on the body, showing an indescribable ferocity and strength. The clothes made by his master and senior sister on his body were directly torn apart, and they could no longer bear the power of Yang Chen's body swelling. Boom! His sea of consciousness shook fiercely. Yang Chen didn't want to think about it directly and began to pay attention to his sea of consciousness. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique had such a benefit, it could be cultivated at any time, but he was not afraid of being interrupted. The third-grade fire seed has been completely absorbed by the primary yin-yang heaven-burning fire and completely transformed into a powerful tonic. Under the great supplement of this third-grade fire seed, Yang Chen's fire attribute spirit power rushed wildly, and the purple fire dragon in his sea of consciousness directly swelled a small section. The spiritual awareness almost uncontrollably broke through the bottleneck of the middle Yuanying stage and instantly entered the realm of the late Yuanying stage. Yang Chen didn't have time to feel the novelty of the spiritual awareness. There was a sudden shock in his sea of consciousness, and once again the shock before the spiritual awareness split began. Although he was mentally prepared, Yang Chen was still a little lost. However, this time was obviously not the time for Yang Chen to be lost. He immediately converged his mind and began to cultivate the three purities secret art, preparing to welcome the pain of the next split of the spiritual awareness. Suddenly, Yang Chen suddenly noticed that there was someone in front of him. The one who appeared here, apart from his master, was his senior sister. It must be that his master noticed the abnormality and wanted to come over and rely on the Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra double cultivation to help Yang Chen suppress it. "Master, it's useless." Yang Chen didn't open his eyes but said calmly. From the last spiritual awareness double cultivation, Yang Chen knew that he and his master had reached a balance. The next spiritual awareness double cultivation could only enhance the spiritual awareness of both sides at the same time, and it was impossible to complement each other. "It's me, junior brother." Gong Suanling's voice suddenly sounded in Yang Chen's ear, making Yang Chen surprised and quickly opened his eyes. On the opposite side, Gong Sunling was standing in front of him with a blushing face. She was at a loss. It seemed that she couldn't think of any way for a while, and her anxious expression was overflowing. "Senior sister?" Yang Chen was shocked. "What's going on? You don't have to say much, I know." Although Gong Suanling's face was red, her words were very sharp. "Uncle Gao has told me everything, even the Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra has been passed on to me. I will help you." When she said the last few words, Gong Sunling was almost too shy to look up, but her movements did not stop at all. It seemed that she wanted to sit opposite Yang Chen and form a forehead position with Yang Chen. However, it was very difficult to do this now. Yang Chen didn't know the changes in his body when he was cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, but it was clear that Yang Chen's body was getting stronger and stronger, and his swollen muscles had made it an extravagant hope for Gong Sunling to complete that posture. Feeling the increasingly intense spiritual awareness shock from Yang Chen's body, Gong Sunling fiercely gritted her teeth, took a step forward and sat on Yang Chen's legs. Her slender legs were directly wrapped around Yang Chen's thick waist, and at the same time, her forehead was against Yang Chen's forehead. Chapter 541. Yang Chen's whole person was stunned, and his whole body did not dare to move, but Gong Suanling's movements let Yang Chen easily feel the softness of Gong Suanling's body. Especially when Gong Suanling's legs were wrapped around his waist and her hands were around his neck, Yang Chen's heart was beating fast. "What are you doing, fool?" Seeing that Yang Chen was stunned in place, Gong Sunling could not help but snort, and then she closed her eyes in shame. But the faster and faster spiritual awareness shock from Yang Chen's body made her wake up immediately and quickly put her forehead against Yang Chen's forehead, and then began to work on her own. At this time, if Yang Chen still did not understand what happened, Yang Chen was a fool. Master Gao, you must have found that her spiritual awareness double cultivation with Yang Chen could no longer solve Yang Chen's troubles, so she put the idea on senior apprentice sister Gong Suanling's head. Originally, Yang Chen had some resistance, but looking at Gong Sunling for him, determined to do such a shy thing, Yang Chen's heart suddenly softened, no longer resisted, closed his eyes, and began to work. Although it was the first time for the two to work together for double cultivation, there was a silent tacit understanding, and it was easy to enter that kind of oblivious state. Gong Sunling only felt that her whole person was flying in the air, and could not land at all. The kind of feeling that made her feel like she was indulging in it brought her supreme pleasure. She had never tasted such a feeling, and Gong Sunling was a little bit unable to stop. Compared with Yang Chen, Gong Sunling's spiritual awareness cultivation was very normal, almost close to the level of the early Jedon stage. The spiritual awareness between the two ran at the same time. The highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra, Yang Chen's surging spiritual awareness seemed to have found an outlet, and rushed madly to Gong Sunling's Sea of Consciousness. Gong Sunling's Sea of Consciousness was originally white. At this moment there was a sudden change. The clear air rose and the turbid air fell, directly becoming two distinct parts. The most amazing thing was that a solid land was formed below, and in the land there was even a strange aura, like the most original aura of the earth attribute. At this time, neither of them cared about this. They were just immersed in the tacit understanding and joy brought by the spiritual sense dual cultivation. They were no longer separated. Gao Yu silently appeared not far from the two of them, as if she was protecting them. However, looking at the current posture of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling was held in Yang Chen's arms, hugging Yang Chen's neck and wrapping around Yang Chen's waist. I don't know why, Gao Yu's heart always had such an indescribable sadness. This was because Yang Chen's body shape had changed. Gao Yu warned herself, but her eyes couldn't help but stare at the two, as if afraid that they would do something further. After watching for a long time, Gao Yu realized that she was wrong, shook her head slightly, found a place to sit down, and guarded the two from a distance. Soon Gao Yu thought of a problem. Now Gong Sunling and Yang Chen's cultivation used such a shameful posture. Then in the future, Yang Chen's body shape did not change. When she wanted to double cultivate with Yang Chen again, wouldn't she have to use this posture? How could this be? We are master and disciple? Gao Yu suddenly groaned in her heart. The problem in front of her made her begin to entangle. Even when she saw Gong Sunling and Yang Chen's cultivation like this, she didn't know where to put it, and her mind was full of this problem. The first double cultivation of the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra took a long time. At that time, Gao Yu and Yang Chen lasted at least a few months. Of course, at that time, Yang Chen was healing Gao Yu for a large part of the time. Of course, Gong Sunling and Yang Chen did not have the trouble of healing, but even so, the first double cultivation of the two took a full 2 months. It was not so simple to let a late Yuanying stage spiritual awareness master and a peak foundation stage spiritual awareness coordinate and balance. It took a long process. The two of them maintained this posture for 2 whole months, not moving at all. The kind of spiritual awareness shock on Yang Chen's body finally became slower and slower, and finally stopped, and Gong Sunling's spiritual awareness also began to rise wildly. The peak foundation stage, the early Jedon stage, the middle Jedon stage, the late Jedon stage, the peak Jedon stage, the early Yuanying stage, the early Yuanying stage, Gong Sunling's spiritual awareness cultivation base was simply irresistible. It rose madly all the way. After breaking through several realms in a row, it stopped at the early Yuanying stage. And Yang Chen's spiritual awareness also dropped again from the late Yuanying stage, the middle Yuanying stage, the early Yuanying stage, and after reaching the early Yuanying stage, there was no change. This time, the spiritual awareness cultivation base of the two was basically adjusted to the same realm. But in essence, it was still slightly different. Gong Sunling's spiritual awareness cultivation base was only forcibly raised to the early Yuanying stage, but Yang Chen's Sea of Consciousness was once again condensed and compressed. His spiritual awareness was like a well-tempered iron chain, becoming more and more tough. Finally, both of them stopped and their foreheads that were pressed together also separated. However, the wonderful feeling in the process of double cultivation made both of them somewhat unsatisfied, and they were still in the aftertaste. Especially Gong Sunling, she experienced that wonderful feeling, and her body was still in the arms of Yang Chen, posing such a shameful posture. Even if she was about to condense her core, she was still shy and could not help herself. She buried her head in the side of Yang Chen's neck, and did not dare to look up again. There was a sudden cough from the side, and the two people who were in the aftertaste woke up. Gong Sunling couldn't help but blush again, and hurriedly jumped up from Yang Chen's body, flashed to the side, and looked up to see Gao Yu's smiling face. Gao Yu no longer dared to look at Gao Yu, and hurriedly lowered her head. Yang Chen was a bit thick-skinned. He had been sitting there, and his face did not change. In addition to the aftertaste of double cultivation, Yang Chen was also checking the changes in his spiritual awareness. This time, the double cultivation seemed to be more effective. The spiritual awareness had been condensed. Yang Chen even had an illusion. Even if the golden bell in his body rang again, it would not make him faint. His own spiritual awareness was already fully capable of confronting the bell, and he no longer had to worry that he would be shocked by his own body protection magic weapon. How is the effect? Gao Yu next to him saw that Yang Chen did not speak for a long time, and couldn't help but become anxious and asked aloud. Even Gong Sunling raised her head worriedly. If it was useless, wouldn't it be a waste of double cultivation, and it would also cause Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base to fall? I'm fine. Yang Chen raised his head and replied to the two women who cared about him, but he began to think about how to face the two women in the future. Chapter 542. Gong Sunling's move was obviously arranged by Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling herself did not resist. Obviously, the two women were already in an offensive and defensive alliance. There was no doubt about this. Yang Chen had some headaches. In this way, he would also owe Gong Sunling a lot. Yang Chen, who has no experience in this kind of thing, once again fell into a happy worry. However, now was obviously not the time to worry about this. Otherwise, it would hurt the hearts of the two women at the same time. Yang Chen understood this, so he answered very quickly, and then said, "Thank you, Master, thank you, Senior Sister." These two thanks were obviously thanks to the two women who secretly discussed to help him solve the problem behind his back. When the two women heard that Yang Chen was fine, they were all happy and did not hide their happiness. How does Senior Sister feel now? Yang Chen could know the changes in his spiritual awareness, and he could clearly know the changes in Gong Sunling's spiritual awareness, but Gong Sunling's own feelings did not know, so he asked. "I'm fine." Gong Sunling now explored her own sea of consciousness and was immediately shocked. Her spiritual awareness had skyrocketed so much. While she was happy, she was also shocked by Yang Chen's powerful spiritual awareness cultivation base. After balancing with her own double cultivation, he could improve so much, so how strong was he before? It was no wonder that Yang Chen had done many seemingly impossible things before. With such a powerful spiritual awareness, he could indeed do a lot of unbelievable things. Of course, for Gong Sunling, the spiritual awareness cultivation base suddenly improved to the early Yuanying stage, and the next solidifying Dan was more confident, and there was no need to worry about any risk. Yang Chen solved the trouble, and the two women were very happy. That kind of happiness seemed to be happier than when they could all condense Dan. This made Yang Chen grateful and secretly vowed in his heart that he would never let the two women be hurt. "Senior Sister, there is a cultivation method that may be suitable for you to cultivate now." Suddenly thinking of something, Yang Chen said to Gong Sunling, "After cultivating, maybe it will be easier to condense the core." The two women were stunned at the same time. Yang Chen had an endless amount of things on him, but everyone thought that he had read a lot of miscellaneous books. They didn't expect that he actually had a cultivation technique. Gong Sunling was pleasantly surprised as she took a piece of jade slip from Yang Chen's hand and began to explore it with her spiritual awareness. "Earth element true art?" A pleasantly surprised voice burst out from Gong Sunling's mouth. As an earth-attributed cultivator, how could she not know what the fifth earth true art was? However, when Yang Chen gave it to her, she felt that it was unreal. Gao Yu next to her immediately realized that she had just gotten the 10th Water True Secret Art and 10th Water True Essence from Yang Chen not long ago, and it was also because her spiritual awareness had broken through to the early Yuanying stage. It was not surprising that Gong Sunling was in the same situation. Without the 5th Earth True Essence, how do you want little Ling to cultivate? Last time Yang Chen gave Gao Yu, he gave it together with the 10th Water True Essence. Now Yang Chen only gave the 5th Earth True Art, but there was no 5th Earth True Essence. Wouldn't it be difficult for Gong Sunling? This disciple has already cultivated the 5th Earth True Art. Yang Chen smiled and raised his hand, and the two women immediately noticed a pure aura of the earth attribute from Yang Chen's fingers. Yang Chen explained, "The 5th Earth True Essence is not easy to get. Senior apprentice sister can absorb it directly from me." This was also a way to absorb it directly from Yang Chen's body. It could also save the trouble of refining it, and cultivation would be much more convenient. Moreover, Gong Sunling firmly believed that as long as she finished cultivating this 5th Earth True Art, she would be able to condense the core immediately. However, Gong Sunling thought more than Gao Yu. When she heard Yang Chen's words, her face changed, and she suddenly asked, "Did you do what happened in the barren sand valley?" In the past, the Taishaman shielded Chu Heng, and for the 5th Earth True Essence, they also made a lot of arrangements in the barren sand valley, but they failed. Not only did hundreds of years of efforts go to waste, but even Chu Heng was killed. The 5th Earth True Essence was divided by several major sects, but there was no Taishaman. Now Yang Chen actually said that he had cultivated the 5th Earth True Art, and when the Taishaman had an accident in the barren sand valley, Yang Chen happened to be present. Gong Sunling's first reaction was that this matter was related to Yang Chen. It seemed that Yang Chen also brought back Shi Kuei and Xie Sha from the barren sand valley, which was simply a mess of suspicion. "Master, senior apprentice sister has a good idea. There is no need to publicize it." Yang Chen did not deny it but just reminded. Gong Sunling didn't know how to describe her apprentice. At the time of the incident in the barren sand valley, Yang Chen was only in the early stage of the foundation stage, and he dared to do such a deceptive thing in a large group of Yuanying stage masters. She didn't know whether to say that he was bold, or that he was lucky. In addition to the shock, Gong Sunling had to force Yang Chen to explain the situation at the time. She began to clearly remember that Yang Chen didn't care much about Chu Heng. Later, Chu Heng insulted Gao Yu, and Yang Chen was angry and chased after him. The details of this, she must know. Gao Yu has heard it once, but when she listened to Yang Chen's story again, she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. This was Yang Chen chasing Chu Heng for her, and taking risks for her. She would not get tired of hearing it many times. Gong Sunling learned the inside story for the first time, and Gong Sunling listened to the whole process in shock. After listening, there was another burst of amazement. This junior apprentice brother Yang gave her too many surprises. But Gong Sunling wanted to know more about Yang Chen. This change of mentality, even Gong Sunling herself did not understand. She wanted to ask again, but was stopped by Gao Yu. Now Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were both on the verge of Jidan. Yang Chen was fine, but Gong Sunling couldn't be too excited, otherwise it would affect her cultivation. Gao Yu was Yang Chen's master, and Yang Chen and Gong Sunling certainly would not have any opinions. Of course, apart from the identity of this master, Gong Sunling had another kind of respect for Gao Yu, but this could not be shown in front of Yang Chen. "Your body size, how did it get bigger again?" There was another reason why Yang Chen had been sitting, that was, his clothes and trousers had been torn, and he did not dare to get up casually. Gao Yu quickly threw Yang Chen a piece of animal skin clothes that had already been made when she was guarding, and asked, "It's a problem with the cultivation method." Seeing that the two women had turned around, Yang Chen quickly changed the clothes that had been torn, and replied, "When I have a little success in my cultivation method, I will be able to return to normal." Your body size. Sun Qingshu and Shi Shanshan are not surprised? Gao Yu asked curiously. Yang Chen remembered that it seemed that after he changed his body shape and went to see Sun Qingshu and Shi Shanshan, the two women were not particularly surprised. He didn't know if they didn't care how Yang Chen's body shape would change, or if there was a similar body refining technique in the big sex, so they were not surprised at all. Chapter 543. However, this issue was not known for the time being. The most important thing now was to let Gong Sunling cultivate the fifth earth true secret art. Yang Chen had the fifth earth true essence in his body, unlike the one given to Gao Yu before. This inevitably required two people to cooperate with the cultivation, at least before Gong Sunling absorbed enough fifth earth true essence. Yang Chen had to accompany her to cultivate, releasing the fifth earth true essence in his body for Gong Sunling to use. It seemed that Gong Sunling was very happy, not knowing whether it was because of the cultivation method or because of Yang Chen's company. What surprised Yang Chen was that Gao Yu had not cultivated the 10th water true secret art until now. Before, because of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness problem, Gao Yu was afraid that Yang Chen would break out at some time, and she could not take care of it because of the cultivation method, so she had not cultivated. His master's affection, Yang Chen's heart was warm, but now Yang Chen was almost certain that there would be no problems before the solidifying core, so Gao Yu's cultivation of the 10th water true secret art was also put on the agenda. Now that both women have cultivated with Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, everyone no longer avoided anything, and no longer cultivated separately, so they started cultivating in the same room. Before cultivating, Yang Chen still used the control method of the Immortal's cave to move 3 spiritual veins to ensure that the 3 people would never have the problem of insufficient spiritual power during their cultivation. After explaining the experience of absorbing the 10th water true essence to Gao Yu in detail, watching Gao Yu enter the state of cultivation, Yang Chen turned around and explained the secrets of the 5th earth true secret art to Gong Sunling. Compared with the direct absorption of the 5th earth true essence, it was easier to absorb the 5th earth true essence from Yang Chen's body after Yang Chen's cultivation. However, in the process of cultivation, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling always held hands, and the requirements for Yang Chen were higher. It had to be said that Yang Chen's current body shape was too much of a hindrance to this kind of cultivation that required him to hold his hands. His muscles were so swollen that he could no longer assume the standard posture of 5 hearts facing the heavens. He couldn't even cross his legs normally. He could only use a very casual sitting posture to cultivate. If they wanted to hold each other's hands, they had to be a little closer to each other. Otherwise, either Gong Sunling or Yang Chen would have to bend down. No matter who it was, it wouldn't be comfortable. Yang Chen didn't expect that the yellow turban strongman body refining technique would have such a drawback, but he couldn't solve it at the moment. Gong Sunling was still generous. After failing to cultivate face-to-face, Gong Sunling simply asked Yang Chen to spread his legs. She turned her back to Yang Chen and sat directly between Yang Chen's legs. In this way, it was as if Gong Sunling was sitting in Yang Chen's arms with her back facing him. The posture looked very ambiguous, but the problem of holding hands was no longer a problem. In the cultivation, Yang Chen had to constantly control his hands slowly, output the 5th earth true essence, and carefully control the speed of the output. If the output was too slow, Gong Sunling's absorption of the 5th earth true essence would fail, and if the output was too fast, it would hurt Gong Sunling. Fortunately, Yang Chen had rich experience. Even if he didn't cultivate the earth attribute cultivation method in his previous life, the control of the great principal golden immortal was still there. It was not difficult to control the output of spiritual power at a uniform speed. But even so, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling carefully experimented a few times before determining the best speed of Yang Chen's output of the 5th earth true essence. Then the two did not talk much nonsense and entered the state of cultivation. Yang Chen first cultivated the 5th earth true secret art. The absorbed fifth earth true essence would gradually grow in his body with the daily practice. Compared to the seed that Yang Chen absorbed at that time, it was not known how many times stronger it was now. Gong Sunling only wanted to absorb enough fifth earth true essence to make a seed, not to deprive Yang Chen of his cultivation, so the hindrance to Yang Chen was not great. Since it was to cooperate with Gong Sunling's cultivation, Yang Chen also concentrated on the simple output. Everyone knew that it was simple to absorb the fifth earth true essence from Yang Chen, but after all, it was the fifth earth true essence. Even with the spiritual awareness of the Yuanying stage, Gong Sunling was still in the foundation establishment stage, which was still a bit low. This absorption went on for several months. Gong Sunling's spiritual awareness skyrocketed, and she was not used to it. The spiritual awareness of the Yuanying stage did not help her much at first. For the first month, it was Gong Sunling who was adapting to the changes of this spiritual awareness. This was also unexpected for Yang Chen. With his experience as a great principal golden immortal, of course, he did not need to adapt too much, but Gong Sunling did not have this experience at all. It was not until a month later that she could control it like a finger. The next process was on the right track. The fifth earth true essence in Yang Chen's body was absorbed into Gong Sunling's body, refined and integrated, replacing the original earth attribute spirit power. Half a year later, Gong Sunling's fifth earth true secret art was finally completed, and she no longer needed to absorb Yang Chen's fifth earth true essence, and she could continuously nourish and strengthen herself. At this point, Yang Chen's task was completely completed. It had to be said that the fifth earth true secret art was really powerful, and the fifth earth true essence absorbed was the most original fifth earth spirit power, which was much higher than the original fifth earth spirit power in Gong Sunling's body. It took Gong Sunling 2 days to replenish the condensed fifth earth true essence after the completion of the cultivation. Everything was natural and logical. Originally, Gong Sunling was already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and she was only one step away from entering the process of solidifying Dan. After cultivating the fifth earth true essence, she immediately noticed the sudden change in the spiritual power in her body and naturally began to solidify her Dan. The drastic change in the heaven and earth essence Qi produced during the solidifying Dan was 100 times stronger than that of the foundation establishment stage. The surrounding spiritual power, as if being attracted by a black hole, gathered crazily toward the body of Gong Sunling, and even affected Gao Yu, who was not far away. Gao Yu was also at the critical moment of cultivating the 10th water true secret art at this moment. Fortunately, Yang Chen was awake and quickly moved 2 more spiritual veins in the Immortal's cave, which met the needs of Gong Sunling's solidifying Dan, and Gao Yu was not greatly affected. The process of solidifying Dan was not done overnight. After the spiritual power condensed from the ordinary state into a small Jedon seed, it would take a lot of time to stabilize the Jedon seed, and then concentrate all the original spiritual power into the Jedon. This process would last at least a year. Both women were in a state of cultivation, and Yang Chen naturally wanted to protect the 2 women. He couldn't cultivate anything else, so naturally he could only choose the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. In addition to cultivation, Yang Chen did not forget to look after the state of Shao Tian. After leaving the Dragon Palace treasure house last time, Yang Chen had rarely paid attention to Shao Tian. Chapter 544. After so many years, Shao Tian has already absorbed the dragon qi absorbed in the treasure house of the Dragon Palace. The overall body size is only slightly larger, but it is not as exaggerated as Yang Chen's. From the Immortal's cave found a lot of magic weapon fragments. Yang Chen was almost exhausted. Shao Tian liked that kind of fragment very much. He would suck a piece when he had nothing to do. It seems that those fragments were regarded as snacks. Most of the time, Shao Tian was still entrenched on the Bright Ray sword and the Blood Demon Vine sword, playing, and also nourishing the 2 flying swords. Now there was a sword embryo of the first wood flying sword, and Yang Chen also put it together. Although it was not completed, there would be no harm. After playing with Xiao Tian, Yang Chen suddenly found a little change. It seemed that on Xiao Tian's face, there were some more vague patterns. Although these patterns were not very obvious, and it did not seem to change the appearance of Xiao Tian much, but Yang Chen could guess something from the shape of Xiao Tian attached to the weapon. These patterns, if you remove the head of Xiao Tian and imagine it, you can find that it was a hideous ghost head with a murderous aura. Perhaps this was some of the manifestations of Xiao Tian's maturity after absorbing the dragon qi. The bloodline of Xiao Tian Yazi has only been stimulated for a few decades. Yang Chen did not expect it to grow into a terrifying power immediately. Now this has exceeded Yang Chen's expectations. To be able to personally participate in the maturation process of Xiao Tian, for Yang Chen, it was not a kind of luck. Half a year later, Gao Yu's cultivation was finally completed. The whole bottle of 10th Water True Essence was absorbed by Gao Yu, and the 10th Water True Secret Art was also successfully cultivated. Gao Yu, who was already in the middle stage of the foundation stage, as soon as the 10th Water True Secret Art was completed, her cultivation base rose directly to the peak of the foundation stage. This time, Gao Yu's cultivation base improved too fast, and Yang Chen had to seriously ask Gao Yu to take a longer time to consolidate her cultivation base. The task of guarding was handed over to Gao Yu, and Yang Chen could finally start to practice. Fortunately, for the time being, Yang Chen does not need too much trouble, as long as he absorbs the remaining 3rd-grade fire seeds. With the primary yin-yang heaven-burning fire that has grown to a certain extent, the absorption of fire seeds can be carried out automatically. Yang Chen only needs to pay a little attention to it. Most of the time, Yang Chen can also cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. The 3 purities secret art, Yang Chen did not intend to touch it again before the condensing Dan, lest his spiritual awareness increase to an uncontrollable level. On one side, Gong Suanling's condensing Dan caused a vision of heaven and earth. On the other side, Yang Chen was leisurely absorbing the flame and cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. Gao Yu next to him was carefully guarding. It was a very calm scene. Gong Sunling was indeed a talented cultivation genius. In just a few months, her body had already burst out a gold core aura, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Gao Yu, who had the experience of condensing Dan, of course, knew that she was now gradually entering a good state and was very happy for her. Yang Chen did not have the same performance as Gong Sunling. Instead, there was a constant crackling sound of the joints in his body. The muscles on his body were already developed. During the cultivation process, it could even be seen that Yang Chen's muscles have been strengthening. Thinking of the ambiguous posture of Gong Sunling and Yang Chen when they were cultivating with their spiritual awareness, Gao Yu couldn't help but smile and shake her head, but then her face turned red. If it was like this in the future, if she and Yang Chen had a spiritual awareness double cultivation, wouldn't she have to use that shameful posture? Yang Chen, who was immersed in cultivation, did not pay attention to his surroundings. There were people he absolutely trusted here, and there was nothing to guard against. The absorption speed of the 3rd-grade fire seed was much faster, and the cultivation of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique seemed to have reached a critical point. As long as he broke through this shackle, he could complete the goal of the first layer of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. In the description of the body refining technique, after the completion of the first layer of the body refining technique, the cultivator would reach the power of 100,000 jin. Of course, the size would also become a huge body that could bear the power of 300,000 jin. In the midst of the sound of the muscles and bones like popping beans, Yang Chen's muscles finally swelled to a critical point. Abruptly, Yang Chen's whole body fiercely made a loud explosion, and then all the movements stopped. Gao Yu discovered the abnormality of Yang Chen for the first time. She was about to rush over, but she saw that Yang Chen had opened his eyes and stood up. "Be careful, you are still absorbing the flame." Gao Yu was shocked. Of course, she knew what Yang Chen was doing. Seeing Yang Chen standing up regardless of absorbing the flame, she couldn't help but be shocked. "It's okay, master, I can still control it." Yang Chen smiled at his master, indicating that it was okay. His body began to move. Just casually twisting his neck and shaking his wrist, Yang Chen's body made an abnormal sound, giving people an unusually strange feeling of power. Yes, the sense of power. Gao Yu only felt that Yang Chen was just standing there. There was an oppression that could not be ignored. The already unreasonably strong body was like a hill, as if between the raising of his hands and feet, he could have the power of thunder. What made Gao Yu dumbfounded was that Yang Chen now stretched out his arm. The thickest part was as thick as Gao Yu's waist, and even more. Gao Yu and Yang Chen stood together. They were simply petite. "If others ask in the future, you have to make it clear to me that your body refining technique was not taught by me." Gao Yu, who loved beauty by nature, looked at Yang Chen's gorilla-like body, and couldn't help but be a little angry. If people misunderstood that the body refining technique she taught had such an effect, how could Gao Yu live? Of course, master is so beautiful and pleasant, how can she teach such a body refining technique? Yang Chen said with a smile. "Why did you stop?" After complaining about Yang Chen, Gao Yu asked again. "The first layer of the body refining technique is completed." Yang Chen replied with a smile. "The power of 10,000 jin." It was said that it was the power of 10,000 jin, but Yang Chen knew that his body was more than just the power of 10,000 jin. When cultivating, the starting point was higher than the general yellow turban strongman, and the effect of cultivation was naturally better than the ordinary yellow turban strongman. According to Yang Chen's estimation, he could now have almost 500,000 jin of power, not to mention more. This kind of power, not to mention the ordinary Jedan stage master, even the power of the Yuanying stage master's sword could not reach it. Gao Yu was stunned on the spot. The power of 10,000 jin, doesn't it mean that even if Yang Chen does not have the slightest spirit power cultivation base, relying on brute force, he can take his bright ray sword and fight with a master who is higher than him? Her own disciple, Gao Yu is now more and more unable to see through. Judging from the performance not long ago, Yang Chen also passed on to her own highest mystery Yin Yang Heart Sutra, 10th Water True Secret Art. Who is the master and who is the apprentice? Chapter 545. Although he was curious about how much power he had now, Yang Chen still couldn't test it. First, he was absorbing the fire seed, and second, Gong Sunling was condensing her Dan not far away, and it would not be so wonderful to disturb her. After the spiritual awareness double cultivation with Gong Sunling, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness condensed to a jaw-dropping level. The third-grade fire seed that could improve Yang Chen's spiritual awareness before could no longer achieve the original effect. Perhaps Yang Chen's primary yin-yang heaven-burning fire already contains enough third-grade fire seed. After Yang Chen completely absorbed a third-grade fire seed this time, it was not like before. The spiritual awareness skyrocketed. It only increased a little. At best, Yang Chen's early Yuanying stage spiritual awareness was promoted to the peak of the early Yuanying stage. With this fire seeds test, Yang Chen was overjoyed. At least according to this situation, he would at least absorb the fire seed to the Jedan stage, and he would not have to worry about the splitting of his spiritual awareness. As for after the Jedan stage, there would be no big trouble for the time being. After all, it was a big realm. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire that absorbed a third-grade fire seed did not have much change for the time being, but the two fire dragons in his sea of consciousness had become a lot bigger. Originally, he could vaguely distinguish the head and the tail. Now it was clearer, but it was still far from becoming two fire dragons. Yang Chen did not stop and continued again. There were still several third-grade fire seeds in the profound spirit furnace, which could almost balance the third fire and fourth fire. Yang Chen certainly would not waste it and continued to absorb. Time could not be saved, but he could save energy. Yang Chen did not expect the yin-yang heaven-burning fire to have this kind of benefit. He was happy and leisurely. He cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique in the process of absorbing the flame. Yang Chen has completed the cultivation of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique and is now entering the second stage. Unfortunately, the first stage and the second stage were the most developed stages of the cultivator's body shape. This also meant that Yang Chen's current body shape would last for a long time. However, for the time being, Yang Chen did not seem to reject such a body shape. It was precisely because of such a body shape that Gong Sun Ling had to adopt a very ambiguous posture when she cooperated with Yang Chen to practice. Although Yang Chen didn't have too many thoughts, he didn't reject the feeling when the two of them were intimate. If he were to dual cultivate with his master, would he also have to make such an ambiguous gesture with his master? Yang Chen suddenly looked forward to it, looking forward to the spiritual awareness double cultivation with his master again. Under Yang Chen's somewhat malicious anticipation, Gong Suanling's core condensation process was finally completed. The moment it was completed, it triggered another huge heaven and earth anomaly. The heaven and earth spiritual energy quickly gathered on Gong Suanling's body, and it only stopped after 2 hours. Congratulations! Congratulations! 2 congratulatory words came from Gao Yu and Yang Chen's mouth. Gong Sunling opened her eyes and heard the voices of the 2 people before she got up. Thank you, uncle, thank you, junior brother Yang. Gong Sunling, of course, knew why the 2 were here. They were all guarding her, so she immediately thanked them. Speaking of it, Gong Sunling was the first to be promoted to the Jedan stage in Yang Chen's small group. Gao Yu's water attribute spiritual power cultivation was a bit late. Reaching the peak foundation stage was already an outstanding cultivation speed, but she still didn't catch up with Gong Sunling. Whether it was Gong Sunling or Gao Yu, both women were newly promoted and needed a long time to consolidate their cultivation base. Especially Gong Sunling, she had just condensed her Dan. If she didn't spend more than 10 years to consolidate it, it would have an impact on her future cultivation base. In Yang Chen's current state, he didn't need the 2 women to protect him. The 2 women knew that they couldn't help him. They made an appointment to go to the door of the Jedan stage and left Yang Chen alone here. Alone here, Yang Chen was more focused. While absorbing the fire seeds, he continued to cultivate the body refining technique. The absorption of the fire seeds was automatic, but Yang Chen was now a little worried. In his previous life, there was only one kind of spiritual power Jedan, but now Yang Chen has to face 2 kinds of fire attribute spiritual power at the same time. What kind of abnormalities would there be? This problem did not require Yang Chen to think for a long time, and soon Yang Chen had to face it. After continuing to absorb 2 kinds of third-grade flames, Yang Chen found that his spiritual awareness cultivation base had once again risen to the middle Yuanying stage. Next, there were 2 more kinds of third-grade fire seed. This time, Yang Chen was finally pushed to the edge of the Jedan stage. Boom! The 2 fire dragons in his body, at this moment, suddenly underwent earth-shaking changes. The fire dragons formed by the yin-yang heaven-burning fire suddenly began to shrink rapidly, and in a short time, they became 2 pocket-sized fire dragons. The 2 small fire dragons were still purple and cyan. In the perception of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, they quickly shrank into 2 sesame-sized fireballs. This was the precursor of the Jedan stage. The 2 Jedan seeds had begun to take shape. The next step was for Yang Chen to nourish and strengthen the Jedan. Yang Chen was familiar with the process of Jedan, but condensing 2 Jedan seeds at the same time was something that Yang Chen didn't expect. However, Yang Chen's mind was firm and he was naturally not too surprised. 2 was 2. Anyway, His yin-yang 5 elements secret art had 10 kinds of spiritual power, and he didn't feel that it would be a normal Jedon. The surrounding spiritual power was madly supplemented and injected into the 2 Jedon seed. The 2 sesame-sized seeds also slowly grew with the influx of spiritual power. However, the speed of increase was almost comparable to a snail's crawl, or even worse. Such a huge supply of spiritual power, it only increased a little bit in Yang Chen's feeling. If he wanted to reach the normal size of at least an egg, such a day would last for at least a year. Fortunately, Yang Chen's yin-yang heaven-burning fire was different from other people's Jedon, and it could still be quickly supplemented by swallowing the fire seeds. And it just so happened that Yang Chen still had a lot of third-grade fire seeds in his hands. The Jedon seed has been formed. As soon as the flame in Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace touched Yang Chen's hand, it automatically turned into a purple light or cyan light and entered the Jedon seed. With the infusion of spiritual power and the flame swallowing, the Jedon seed began to grow at twice the growth rate of the ordinary Jedon seed. What surprised Yang Chen was that the 2 Jedon seeds could absorb 2 kinds of third-grade fire seeds at the same time. The 3rd fire and 4th fire were absorbed at the same time, and the speed was doubled. The spiritual power in Yang Chen's body was 10 times more than that of others. At this time, the double Jedon seeds were formed, and the spiritual power absorbed was at least twice as much as that of ordinary people. For a time, the spiritual power of the surrounding spiritual vein was almost sucked into the body by Yang Chen like a whale sucking water. Chapter 546. If someone was next to him, they would find that Yang Chen had now become a huge black hole. The spiritual power of several spiritual veins gathered madly towards Yang Chen. Even if it was next to him, it was impossible to absorb any spiritual power here. 2 Jedon seeds, and they were both fire-attributed Jedon seed. Under the yin and yang complementation, they showed a terrifying ability to absorb spiritual power during the seed period. The huge spiritual power entered Yang Chen's body. After the simple absorption of the yin-yang 5 elements secret art, it directly came to the 2 Jedon seeds of Yang Chen in his dantian. At this time, whether it was the fire attribute spiritual power or other attributes, the Jedon seeds seemed to be hungry and all of them were absorbed. When Gao Yu and Gong Sunling came back to see Yang Chen together, they found that he was already in the process of nourishing the Jedon seeds. Neither of the 2 women said much, they just sat and watched from a distance, guarding him from a distance. This nourishment, Yang Chen absorbed all the 3rd-grade fire seed. It took more than a year for the Jedon seeds to finally be nourished and grow to the size of a plum. At this point, the nourishment process was completely over. At the end of the process, the spiritual power of heaven and earth rioted again, which lasted for almost 3 hours. Compared to Gong Sunling's half an hour, it was several times more time. After the formation of the Jedon, the fire attribute spiritual power seemed to be directly compressed by 10 times, and even the overall speed of spiritual power absorption was at least 3 or 4 times faster. The Jedon stage was fundamentally different from the Foundation stage. The change in the Sea of Consciousness seemed to be the least obvious. Even the 2 fire dragons were still 2 fire dragons. However, the change was not obvious compared to the previous appearance. It was not substantial. When the spiritual power broke out in the late stage, Yang Chen's Sea of Consciousness was also like the Jedon seeds, shrinking rapidly, and was compressed at least 3 times. The original 150 acres of the Sea of Consciousness was almost reduced to 50 acres according to the original proportion. Then, it was the process of absorbing Yang Chen's spiritual awareness madly and strengthening it again. At the end of the process, it was restored to its original size. However, in terms of density, his current Sea of Consciousness was already at least dozens of times larger than before. Yang Chen's spiritual sense soared again when he entered the Golden Core realm, from the Middle Nascent Soul realm, the Late Nascent Soul realm, and directly soared to the Peak Nascent Soul realm. The compression of the sea of consciousness also meant that the quality of the spiritual awareness had been further improved. At this time, the spiritual awareness of the peak Yuanying stage was many times stronger than that of Yangchen before the double cultivation. At this moment, even if the golden bell rang directly at Yangchen would not be affected. The spiritual awareness cultivated by the three purities secret art and the supreme mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra was very different from the ordinary spiritual awareness. A third-grade fire seed has been completely unable to improve the level of Yang Chen's fire attribute spirit power, and even the effect of improving his spiritual awareness is limited. If he wanted to continue to absorb fire seeds to level up, he would need at least a fourth-grade fire seed. Unfortunately, at the fourth-grade fire seed, it was already a precious fire seed. Most fire elementalists would choose to keep it for their own use, and few people would sell it. Even if it was sold, it was also at the internal auction of the major sections. Although Chunyang Palace promised a large number of spirit stones and sect contributions, they have not received a fourth-grade fire seed or above. For Yangchen, who already had several kinds of fifth-grade fire seeds in his hands, the fourth-grade fire seed was not too precious, but unfortunately, for the Yin-Yang heaven-burning fire, the fourth-grade fire seed was a necessary thing. The upgrade of the Yin-Yang heaven-burning fire could not skip a certain level. Just as it was formed at the beginning, although there were already several kinds of third-grade fire seeds, it still needed 99981 kinds of fire seeds to form. Continuing to absorb the fire seeds of various grades, for a long time, would be what Yang Chen had to do. Fortunately, Yang Chen was now a famous alchemy master. As long as he was willing to come up with some high-level medicinal pills, it was not a big problem to exchange some fire seed. If Yang Chen was willing to exchange with the questioning inner heart pill, maybe even the sixth-grade fire seed could be exchanged. For some masters of the Deshang stage like Wu Xiong, the fifth-grade lunar true fire was not a difficult thing. The only thing they needed was to know where there was this kind of fire seed. It was not a problem at all to collect it. In addition to the fire attribute spirit power, the other spirit powers of the other elements, under the joint effect of the third fire and fourth fire at the same time, were upgraded again, and quickly rose to the 9th layer of the foundation stage. One more step and he would enter the peak of the foundation stage. When the surrounding spirit power slowly calmed down, Yang Chen finally opened his eyes slowly. With a trace of his spiritual awareness, Yang Chen felt the difference from the foundation stage. The range was directly expanded several times. As long as he concentrated, Yang Chen could even clearly perceive the movement within dozens of miles, and it was more sensitive than before. The three purities' secret art was indeed amazing, which also made Yang Chen even more strange. The Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, who cultivated the three purities' secret art, did not notice the actions of the rebel army. Was there something like the sea pouring jasper cup to protect their whole body before they acted, so that their spiritual awareness could not detect them? This was obviously impossible. If this kind of thing was everywhere, it would be too cheap. Would it be worth the old Dragon King to collect it in the treasure house? Then, the only possibility was that there was another hidden story. On this issue, Yang Chen would not delve into it for the time being, and he did not have the ability to delve into it. People in the mortal world, why do they care so much about the affairs of the heavenly court? The important thing was that in his previous life, he cultivated for more than 300 years before he reached the condensing dan, and in this life, Yang Chen only took a short period of more than 80 years. Yang Chen entered the Jedon realm. Gao Yu was even happier than her own realm. The only thing that made the two women somewhat dissatisfied was that Yang Chen was now very strong because of the cultivation of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. He was simply a rude man among the rude men. Walking with him, there was a feeling of losing face. After the promotion of the general people, the overall temperament has changed. Although Yang Chen has entered the Jedon realm from the foundation stage, except for his body shape, there is no change at all from before. Yang Chen was still the same Yang Chen, even the tone of his speech has not changed at all. Master, it's up to you. Yang Chen now challenged Gao Yu, the only one whose main spiritual power has not yet entered the Jedon realm. Let's see if your condensing Dan is faster, or if my other attributes of spiritual power condensing Dan are faster. Gao Yu herself was a fire attribute Jedon, and now her water attribute was about to enter the Jedon realm. Naturally, she understood that Yang Chen's words were not bragging, and immediately responded, "Let's wait and see." Chapter 547. This seclusion lasted for a total of 15 years. Yang Chen had long said that he would never come out until he condensed the Dan. For Yang Chen's decision, several elders of Chunyang Palace, including the head of the palace, unanimously agreed. Yang Chen was now their star of hope, and everyone wanted Yang Chen to take over the great responsibility of Chunyang Palace in the future. He was in retreat in Chunyang Palace, and his safety was absolutely guaranteed. At least there was no need for the few big shots to worry about it. The retreat of the three people this time was not similar to that of ordinary people. When others retreat, they would hate to be in the state of cultivation all the time, to warm their spiritual power, and then break through the shackles in one fell swoop and enter a higher realm. But for Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling, the retreat was not so boring. They just followed the general way of cultivation, normal cultivation. They had to consolidate their cultivation base, and even the two women had to go outside the safety line to fight. Such a method of seclusion made many people feel that it was unfair to see it. The last time they refined the questioning inner heart pill was 40 years ago. Yang Chen had long said that he would refine a furnace after 30 years, and now it had been delayed for 10 years. It just so happened that Yang Chen still needed to consolidate his realm, and Gao Yu still had the last step, and needed a period of consolidation before continuing to attack the Jedon stage. Yang Chen did not go out, but refined a furnace of questioning inner heart pills in the Immortal's cave. This time, the three people were all concentrated in the portal of the Jedon stage. This was the first time that Yang Chen came here, but it was not much different from the Foundation establishment stage, but the spiritual power was much more intense. What was surprising was that in this Immortal's cave, in the portal of the Jedon stage, there were several alchemy rooms, just suitable for Yang Chen's alchemy. It was not known where some underground fire veins were locked in the alchemy room. Although they were not like the earth core fire, they were the most suitable for refining certain medicinal pills. Yang Chen no longer needed these fire veins. He had his own alchemy furnace and various kinds of fire seed. What he wanted was just this place. The two women knew that he would not be in any danger within the safety line, so they did not protect him. Once again, they went out to fight with the puppets and monsters. While accumulating experience, they were also consolidating their own cultivation base. Especially Gao Yu, although the fire attribute spirit power had long been condensed, the water attribute spirit power still stayed at the peak of the foundation stage. The water attribute spirit power fighting here was almost a cross-level challenge. For Gao Yu, every time she defeated a monster, it was a new process of understanding of herself. His spiritual power and spiritual awareness were much higher than the last time he refined the questioning inner heart pill. In addition, the spiritual power here was abundant. Yang Chen refining the questioning inner heart pill was more handy. Not only that, the grade of the profound spirit furnace was almost improved by at least a few grades compared with the last refining, so that the efficiency of refining was almost several times higher. Since he wanted to refine it, Yang Chen simply planned to refine more. In addition to handing it over to the sect, he also planned to keep some for himself. For others, the questioning inner heart pill was a great thing. For Yang Chen, it was just a snack supplement for himself when he consolidated his cultivation base for a period of time. The medicinal materials put into the profound spirit furnace this time were at least twice as much as the last time he refined the questioning inner heart pill. Yang Chen now has the confidence to control more medicinal materials. The 4 C's mysterious coral liquid could ensure that there would be no big mistakes in the process of alchemy. However, Yang Chen did not add it. It did not have the slightest benefit to his own skills in alchemy. Yang Chen only needed to be prepared, just in case. The refining process was far easier than the last time. The same time, but the amount of medicinal materials was 3 times that of the previous year. It was still successfully completed without any twists and turns. However, Yang Chen did not stop there, but continued to start the second-grade refining. The questioning inner heart pill was one of the few high-level medicinal pills suitable for mortal cultivators among the medicinal pills that Yang Chen knew. It was just right to challenge the second-grade refining. If others knew that Yang Chen was refining the second-grade questioning inner heart pill at this time, it was estimated that they would immediately rush out to stop it. Not to mention anything else, just the first-grade questioning inner heart pill that was refined by a furnace of medicinal materials that were 10,000 years old. Once the second-grade refining failed, what kind of loss would it be? Under normal circumstances, even if some senior alchemists have the mind to challenge the second-grade refining or even higher grades, the embarrassment of the raw materials in their hands will make them flinch. Just like the last time Deng Ya, Zhu Peng and He Lianyun, even if they wanted to refine the second-grade heaven-seizing pill, they could not get it. There was only one set of medicinal materials, and it was almost wasted. Where would they have the chance to carry out the second-grade refining? Only a rich guy like Yang Chen, who didn't take the 10,000 years elixir seriously, would have the financial glory to waste it like this. Of course, only someone like Yang Chen would have the kind of confidence and mentality that he was not afraid of the refining failure at all. Even if he lost a lot, he would have the confidence and mentality to attack a higher refining level. This was very important. The more you don't care about these elixirs, the less you will be affected by the value of the elixirs, and you can play your own level normally or even extraordinarily. Yang Chen really didn't care about these elixirs, and naturally there was not much pressure. In this mentality, the process of the second-grade refining was exceptionally smooth. Except for an occasional operating error in the middle of the process, which led to the loss of a few questioning inner heart pills, at other times, Yang Chen has been accurately and perfectly controlling the process. The second-grade refining directly took Yang Chen a full 2 years, even longer than the time of the first-grade refining. This was understandable by everyone. After all, Yang Chen was already familiar with the first-grade refining, but the second-grade refining was a challenge. The difficulty was even higher. For the level of medicinal pills like the questioning inner heart pill, whether it was the spiritual power or the fire, the requirements were at least twice as high as the first-grade refining. Seeing that the second-grade refining was completed, there were dozens of round second-grade questioning inner heart pills in the pill furnace. Yang Chen suddenly began to hesitate. Should he grit his teeth and spend some second-grade questioning inner heart pills to challenge the third-grade questioning inner heart pills? The second-grade questioning inner heart pill was the limit that Yang Chen could challenge with his current cultivation base. When this hesitation appeared, Yang Chen knew that it was time to give up. Without that kind of indomitable mentality, even if it was refining, there would be many failures. Moreover, the second-grade questioning inner heart pill was taken out, it was enough to shock the world. If he really took out the third-grade questioning inner heart pill, it would definitely make some sects restless. Yang Chen took a long breath and began the process of collecting the pills. Several methods of collecting pills in the Elderly Lord Pill scripture were used one by one, and the lid of the profound spirit furnace directly flew up. Suddenly, an abundant spiritual power ripple, centered on the profound spirit furnace, spread out to the surrounding. With a kind of momentum, it directly filled the entire space. Chapter 548. This spiritual power was neutral and peaceful, carrying a momentum that could calm people's hearts. Wherever it passed, no matter what monster it was, they all stood directly in place. At that moment, the minds of all the demonic beasts were empty, and there was no longer any fighting or killing. Of course, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling immediately noticed this aura. When the ripples of spiritual power swept past, the monster fighting with them suddenly stopped, and suddenly changed from the state of battle to calm. The two women themselves were the same, but their spiritual awareness cultivation base was still stronger than all the Jedon stage monsters here. Yang Chen's alchemy was not hidden from them, and they immediately realized that Yang Chen's alchemy was completed. Hurrying back to the place where Yang Chen was alchemy, the two women saw Yang Chen sitting at the stone table in the yard with a smile, drinking jade dragon wine while waiting for them. On the table, there was also a plate of peeled 1,000-year-old profound yang fruit as a side dish to go with the wine, looking very leisurely. "Is the questioning inner heart pill refined?" Gong Sunling asked when she saw him. Yang Chen nodded with a smile, but didn't say much. He just motioned the two women to sit around the table. He found 2 jade cups from his Qiankuan bag and filled them up for the two women. It seemed that a plate of 1,000-year-old profound yang fruit was not enough for the 3 of them to taste the wine. Yang Chen had 1,000-year-old ginseng and 1,000-year-old sealwort in his hand. The sword light in his hand flashed a few times, and there were 2 more plates of ginseng and sealwort slices on the table. Unfortunately, there is no good seasoning, otherwise it can be made more delicious. Yang Chen sighed with a little regret, then picked up the wine glass. "Master, senior sister, let's celebrate." Listening to Yang Chen's words, the two women were speechless for a while. The 1,000-year-old ginseng, 1,000-year-old sealwort, 1,000-year-old profound yang fruit, any one of these things would make people fight over them. But here, they became Yang Chen's side dishes, and he even lamented that they didn't taste good? If someone knew that Yang Chen was wasting things like this, it was unknown whether they would rush up and beat up Yang Chen. At least Gao Yu and Yang Chen had such an impulse. Yang Chen wasn't trying to show off. After all, when he found out that there was another door in the herb garden, the 1,000-year-old elixirs at the outermost layer were no longer that unimaginable. To Yang Chen, such a large amount of food was just ordinary food. Eating and drinking was not a problem at all. "Do you like delicious food?" Gao Yu had never heard Yang Chen say that he had such a hobby. She couldn't help but ask with her eyes shining. "Of course I like delicious food." Yang Chen certainly nodded. He used to be in a hurry to cultivate and didn't have much time to ponder these things, but now that he had succeeded in condensing the pill, he had a lot of time to squander, and naturally would not reject it. In his previous life, he had tasted some of the best delicacies in the heavenly court. To be honest, those real masters did not reject these enjoyments. Blind hard work, sometimes it was not the key to becoming a master. On the contrary, it was the right way to relax and relax. Yang Chen's kindness, of course, the two women would not waste it. Not long ago, the two women had fought for a long time, and these supplements could just restore their battle losses. What's more, Yang Chen's alchemy success was naturally to be celebrated. After drinking a few glasses of wine, the two women were a little drunk. Yang Chen directly mixed some 4C's mysterious coral liquid in the distiller's yeast and gave it to the two women again. When the two women woke up from a deep sleep, they didn't know what had happened, but they soon knew what the reason was. The 4C's mysterious coral liquid was such a precious thing, and Yang Chen actually gave it to them in such a luxurious way, which made the two women inevitably feel a little distressed. Yang Chen pushed 2 small jade boxes in front of the two women. "Take this medicinal pill immediately, it is good." The two women opened the jade box and immediately saw the second-grade questioning inner heart pill wrapped in a talisman in the jade box. The two women knew that Yang Chen was refining the questioning inner heart pill before, but they didn't know what the questioning inner heart pill looked like. Yang Chen didn't say anything. Although the two women had some doubts, When they saw that it was a second-grade medicinal pill, they did not associate this medicinal pill with the questioning inner heart pill. Since Yang Chun said that there were benefits, the two women naturally would not doubt it. Anyway, Yang Chun would not harm them. The two women had even eaten the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, and naturally they were not afraid to accept a small medicinal pill from Yang Chun. No one was polite, they picked it up and removed the talisman, and then swallowed it into their abdomen. The effect of the medicine was quick and miraculous. The two women immediately noticed the abnormality, and then quickly entered the state of cultivation. Gong Sunling was fine. She succeeded in condensing her Dan, and was in the stage of consolidating her cultivation base. The questioning inner heart pill directly let her enter the deepest level of meditation. According to this way, it would only be good for her, there was no harm. Gao Yu was on the verge of breaking through. Because of the cultivation of the 10th water true essence, her cultivation base had been raised to the peak of the foundation stage. While consolidating her cultivation base, she was also looking for the opportunity to condense her Dan. This questioning inner heart pill directly let Gao Yu vaguely touch the direction of the Jedon stage. The spiritual power of the whole body was flowing with unprecedented concentration, and the surrounding spiritual power also began to resonate with Gao Yu. The questioning inner heart pill was worthy of being a questioning inner heart pill. It could indeed allow people to deal with their own cultivation in the most rational way. Gao Yu knew that her consolidation time was not long enough, and the realm of the peak foundation stage was still not completely stable, so she forcibly suppressed this idea of upgrading, and began to use this resonance of spiritual power to start a steady cultivation. Yang Chen's face also showed a smile. This questioning inner heart pill could at least shorten the time for Gao Yu to consolidate her realm by half, which was enough for Gao Yu to condense her Dan. Both women were immersed in cultivation, and Yang Chen naturally had to protect them. There would be no danger here, but Yang Chen was also just in case. Once again, he took out the sword embryo of the first wood flying sword and began to further carve. This kind of carving was not directly operated on the flying sword, but Yang Chen used the purest first wood spirit power to condense into a secret technique, and kept hitting it on the sword embryo, so that the sword embryo could change its appearance according to his own needs. Yang Chen was very focused. Yang Chen, whose cultivation base had risen greatly, was not as difficult as before. Soon, the first wood sword embryo, under the control of Yang Chen, began to slowly appear. A sword tip, a sword blade, a sword ridge, a sword hilt, a sword edge, and a well-behaved flying sword began to slowly take shape. After the complete flying sword was formed, Yang Chen began to mark it with his spiritual awareness, and then began to use the heavenly dry treasure refining secret art and the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art to start the sacrificial refining. Every sacrificial refining, he used the universe treasure raising secret art to maintain it. At this point, the Penglai divine wood sword finally had the appearance of a flying sword, becoming the most basic flying sword. Chapter 549. Yang Chen did not directly upgrade the first wood flying sword all the way with the heavenly dry treasure refining secret art and the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art to the highest level he could upgrade now. Instead, he simply refined the second stage of the heavenly dipper and the second stage of the earth fiend and stopped temporarily. The Penglai divine wood flying sword has not yet added enough auxiliary materials. The Penglai divine wood alone was a little lacking. This was also one of the great Yin and Yang 5 elements flying sword that required Yang Chen's lifetime sacrificial refining. Yang Chen certainly had to be cautious. The two women took the questioning inner heart pill and began to cultivate for a long time. Yang Chen sat aside and began to think about what to do next. The Taishanmen and Yang Lan must be removed. However, Yang Lan's qualifications were not very good. Until now, he has not made a name for himself among the Taishanmen. After Yang Chen went out, He planned to send someone to explore Yangland's current movements and see what opportunities there were. It was not so easy to deal with the Taishamen for the time being. After all, the Taishamen were still considered to be the dominant force. Speaking of it, it was still like the sun in the sky. Not to mention that Yang Chen was alone. Even if he pulled the whole Chunyang Palace, he was not their opponent. The news of the rebellion of the Heavenly Court has not yet spread to the mortal world, but sects like the Taishamen would definitely have someone pass the news down, so that the mortal Taishamen could respond as soon as possible and control the resources of the mortal world. At that time, the Taishamen would definitely be more domineering with the support of the upper echelons. Thinking of this, Yang Chen suddenly felt that he had grasped something and was excited. It was not so easy to pass the news down from the upper echelons. From the immortal world to the spiritual world, and then from the spiritual world to the mortal world, at least several great principal golden immortals had to pay the price of abolishing thousands of years of cultivation, and what was passed down was at most a consciousness clone. However, even if it was a consciousness clone, it was at least a consciousness clone of a great principal golden immortal. In this process, it also required the help of extremely complex formations. Both the upper realm and the mortal realm had to agree on a precise time and spend a lot of precious materials and effort to complete it. Of course, this kind of clone consciousness would definitely be of great help to a big sect like the Taishamen. However, the price to pay was too high. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use such a method. The Heavenly Court had rebelled and a new Jade Emperor had taken office. This was definitely a piece of news worth notifying. Furthermore, in order to control the resources of the mortal world, a powerful expert's clone consciousness had to descend to the mortal world. The Celestial World's Black Heaven sect had already taken over the Heavenly Court, so it wasn't like they couldn't afford the price. From the immortal world to the spiritual world, from the spiritual world to the mortal world, and from the spiritual world to the mortal world, one after another. With the experience in Yang Chen's memory, it seemed that it would take decades or even centuries to complete. It had been almost 90 years since Yang Chen entered the immortal beheading platform. In his memory, it seemed that a few years later, there would be another very unusual change in the world. Now that he thought about it, it should be passed down by the consciousness clone of the upper realm. The reason why Yang Chen was so sure was that after Yang Chen ascended, he also heard from others that the Black Heaven sect had once sent someone's consciousness clone to the mortal world. Secondly, after that incident, the behavior of the Taishamen in the mortal world changed. Not only were they more imposing than they were now, but they also coerced many small sects to join the Taishamen one by one, further strengthening their strength. Later, Chunyang Palace was also forced, which led to the death of his master and the destruction of Chunyang Palace. This was a hatred that Yang Chen would never forget. Now that he thought about it, he still gritted his teeth. With the consciousness clone descending to the mortal world, Yang Chen's mind finally formed a complete idea. If he destroyed the consciousness clone of a master of the Heavenly Court to the mortal world this time, it must be very fun. This kind of magic circle to receive the consciousness clone of the master of the upper realm must be in a secret place in the territory of the Taishamen. If there was a problem when this magic circle was in operation, once the consciousness clone of the master of the upper realm collapsed, it would bring a disaster comparable to the heavenly tribulation. Liang Xiaoming, the spy placed by the Taishamen in Chunyang Palace, had been dug out by Yang Chen. However, he used dozens of Gui Shui Yin thunder to directly blow up one of the clones of the old tree demon, and also blew up the entire mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. This kind of hatred was almost equivalent to the destruction of the family. Yang Chen had to take revenge. Taking the opportunity to detonate the consciousness clone of the master of the upper realm, the mountain gate of the Taishamen would only be more miserable than the Chunyang Palace. When Yang Chen thought of this result, his heart couldn't help but begin to itch. He couldn't wait to run out and arrange it now, and then wait for the master of the Taishaman to fall into the trap. Counting with his fingers, there were still more than 10 years, enough for Yang Chen to finish all the things here. Destroying the future development plan of the Taishaman had no conflict with Yang Chen's revenge plan at all. While accelerating this matter, he could also avenge the destruction of the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen certainly had to seize this good opportunity. With a temporary goal, Yang Chen even had a backbone for his cultivation. With his current cultivation, he did not need the help of the questioning inner heart pill at all. Now he was guarding here entirely for his master. Seeing that his master had now noticed her strangeness in the water attribute cultivation, perhaps, at a suitable time, Yang Chen could also tell the matter of the acquired spiritual root to the head of the palace in advance. With this acquired spiritual root, the Chunyang Palace would definitely be able to find more excellent disciples. The cultivation world knew about the acquired spiritual root almost 1,000 years later. In his previous life, it was not until then that Gao Yu discovered that she had the acquired water spiritual root, which also caused a certain guy in the Taishaman to covet it. Yang Chen remembered that it was also the Taishaman who announced the discovery. This kind of major discovery, of course, Yang Chen would not leave it to the Taishaman to let them gain fame. When the time came, Yang Chen intended to announce it to the public 100 years in advance. Anyway, with a few hundred years of advance, it was enough for the Chunyang Palace to operate and develop. He was thinking about it in his mind. Since the Taishaman would coerce some small sects and rogue cultivators to join the Taishaman to strengthen their strength, the Chunyang Palace seemed to be able to do the same. As long as there was no too harsh means, under coercion and temptation, there would be a large number of rogue cultivators who would come to join. The more Yang Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. He was unaware that he, a little Jidan stage master, was now planning these things for the Chunyang Palace. In his mind, Gao Yu would definitely be promoted to the position of the headmaster in the future. To plan for the Chunyang Palace was to plan for his master. Yang Chen would never be stingy. What he had to do for the time being was to wait for his master and senior sister to come out of this retreat. Then, Yang Chen planned to go out in the name of traveling and slowly start to plot against the Taishaman. He didn't know when the Taishaman's mountain gate was destroyed to the ground, those guys would still be able to laugh. Chapter 550. Gao Yu and Gong Xuanling's small retreat directly lasted for 5 years. After taking the first-grade questioning inner heart pill, it took half a year for the Deshang stage masters Hua Wanting and Min Huafeng to consume the medicinal power. The two women were only in the early Jedan stage, and they took the second-grade questioning inner heart pill, so it naturally took a longer time. During this time, Yang Chen did a lot of things. The 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, Yang Chen fed Xiao Tian no less than 10 times, removing the impurities in its body as much as possible, so that the blood of Xiao Tian was more pure. As for Yang Chen himself, of course, he did not take it less. After being promoted to the Jedan stage master, some of the originally absorbed power in the body was stimulated, and it also brought more impurities. When Yang Chen was cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, he suddenly noticed this. Compared with his previous cultivation, after the promotion, there was some spiritual power blockage. This was obviously not the result of the body refining technique entering the second layer. After some exploration, Yang Chen discovered this. Fortunately, there was the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, which could allow Yang Chen to expel the impurities in his body at any time. Otherwise, so many impure things would be deposited in Yang Chen's body, and sooner or later there would be a big problem. After enjoying the process of detoxification of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, Yang Chen's yellow turban strongman body refining technique once again restored the refreshing posture of cultivation. Yang Chen also knew that for the time being, he had no big problems. With nothing to do, Yang Chen roughly tested his current strength. The method he used was still the same stupid method as before. After roughly estimating the weight of a large pile of stones, he refined it into a huge stone pillar and waved it. According to Yang Chen's calculation, his current physical strength was about 500,000 jin to 600,000 jin, which was close to the strength of 20,000 jin, which was double the effect after completing the first layer of the body refining technique. It could be seen that Yang Chen's body was already outstanding to the extreme. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire was basically formed and entered the primary stage. Yang Chen did not waste time and directly sent the bright ray sword to the purple fire dragon in his sea of consciousness according to the sacrificial refining method of the life source magic weapon. This also requires decades or hundreds of years of hard work. Anyway, now Yang Chen has the blood demon vine flying sword, which can come in handy for the time being. Moreover, thousands of ordinary flying sword, as long as there was Shao Tian, any one of them would be a peerless weapon. At this stage it was enough. The first wood flying sword had just been formed and needed more sacrificial refining and nourishment. At the same time, more materials related to the first wood were needed to strengthen it. Yang Chen suddenly discovered that although he was rich, some high-end refining materials were very lacking. It seemed that it was necessary to strengthen the collection of this aspect in the future. The three purities secret art Yang Chen could already cultivate boldly with confidence. After the peak Yuanying stage, if he wanted to step into the Deshang stage, it was not something that could be accomplished with a little bit of effort. The spiritual awareness of the Deshang stage was very different from that of the Yuanying stage. Not to mention the third-grade fire seed, even the 5th-grade fire seeds, such as the Sun True Fire and Moon True Fire, were not necessarily able to upgrade the spiritual awareness from the early Deshang stage to the peak of the early Deshang stage. This was the gap. After being promoted to the Jedon realm, for the time being, there was no need to worry about the problem of the spiritual awareness splitting. The three purities secret art was such a powerful cultivation method, it must be practiced diligently. Even Yang Chen still had a little aftertaste of the wonderful taste of the spiritual awareness double cultivation with his master and senior sister. It's just that there will be opportunities in the future, and whether his master and senior sister are willing to double cultivate with him again was still a problem. For Yang Chen, there was still an important thing to do after his seclusion. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire wanted to be upgraded. It was necessary to get more 3rd grade and 4th grade fire seed. The 3rd grade was easy to say, he could pay a lot of money with spirit stones. The 4th grade fire seed, however, required some luck. Yang Chen could only find it in person, or exchange it with others with medicinal pills. Everything was for the cultivation base. If the cultivation base did not go up, everything was empty talk. Before Yang Chen met Luo Yuan, he could only flee, which fully explained this point. Fortunately, now that Yang Chen was promoted to the Jedon realm, even if he couldn't beat him, driving the shuttle would not necessarily be able to catch up with him. This was a life-saving means. The Golden Bell was naturally more and more powerful, at least after Yang Chen was not afraid of the bell, the enemy's attack could be unscrupulously received. Unless he could kill Yang Chen in one blow, he would definitely be countered by the bell. The only pity was that even if Yang Chen reached the Jedon realm, he still couldn't sacrificial refine the Golden Bell. Otherwise, Yang Chen really wanted to know how powerful the Golden Bell resonance would be when the 9 dragons flew together. Of course, the most important thing was that, in addition to the fire attribute spiritual power, Yang Chen had not yet condensed the other 8 spiritual powers. He still needed some opportunities to be able to cultivate all the spiritual powers to the Jedon realm. This also required Yang Chen to pay attention to it all the time. Having reached the Jedon realm, Yang Chen still thought about whether he could go to the Dragon Palace treasure house and see if he could open 1 or 2 more restrictions. These have been obtained, each of them made Yang Chen pleasantly surprised. He believed that the remaining ones would bring even more surprises to Yang Chen. Time passed slowly in the process of Yang Chen planning for himself and Chunyang Palace. Of course, when he was guarding, Yang Chen did not forget to consolidate his own cultivation base. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements secret art was still fixed to cultivate one cycle every day. The three purities secret art and the universe treasure raising secret art were not neglected every day. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique was the focus of his cultivation. Not to mention anything else, just this body shape reminded Yang Chen to cultivate quickly. Otherwise, if he walked out like this, he would definitely be laughed at. Yang Chen himself was certainly not afraid of anyone laughing at him, but Yang Chen was afraid that because of him, his master would be pointed at by others. Therefore, what Yang Chen could do was to work hard and strive to cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to the third realm in a short period of time. At that time, the body shape would slowly develop to normal. Gong Xuanling's current cultivation base was higher than that of Gao Yu's water attribute spirit power, so she came out earlier than Gao Yu. After opening her eyes, she realized what she had done. The first reaction was to ask Yang Chen directly, "What kind of medicinal pill is that?" Second grade questioning inner heart pill. Yang Chen replied casually, but his eyes were carefully looking at his senior apprentice sister. Second grade questioning inner heart pill? How could Gong Sunling not have heard of the name of the questioning inner heart pill? When she heard that Yang Chen actually gave her and Gao Yu the second grade questioning inner heart pill, she couldn't help but exclaim. Something that could let a master of the Deshang stage break through after swallowing it, she actually ate one after she had just condensed her core. Such a reckless waste of natural resources. Gong Sunling had a feeling of wanting to beat her chest and stamp her feet. Chapter 551. The questioning inner heart pill and the heaven-seizing pill were both known as medicinal pills that could allow a master of the Deshang stage to break through. But strictly speaking, the heaven-seizing pill was still stronger. The heaven-seizing pill could allow a master of the peak Deshang stage to ascend. It directly relied on the pill's spirit and powerful medicinal effects to help the cultivator to ascend from the outside. The questioning inner heart pill belonged to the medicinal pill that unearthed the internal potential of the cultivator and let the cultivator improve their mental cultivation. In essence, the questioning inner heart pill did not directly help the cultivator improve their cultivation base. It still depended on the cultivator themselves. However, the advantage of the questioning inner heart pill was that it could be adapted to almost everyone. There was no need to worry about the lack of cultivation base, and there would be life-threatening danger after taking it. Which was better or worse, it could be said that each had its own advantages. The second-grade questioning inner heart pill, with an additional refining, the effect was completely different. In terms of value, it was already infinitely close to the heaven-seizing pill. When she thought that she had taken a second-grade questioning inner heart pill in an unknown situation, Gong Sunling had a feeling that her heart was being twisted by a knife. If she had known that this was the case, she would not have taken that medicinal pill even if she was beaten to death. It's just a medicinal pill, why does senior sister have to worry about it? Yang Chen looked at Gong Sunling's expression and comforted her with a smile. Don't worry about it? That's the second-grade questioning inner heart pill. The second-grade questioning inner heart pill. Gong Sunling still couldn't hold back and shouted at Yang Chen. Whether it's a second grade or a third grade, isn't it still refined by me? Yang Chen smiled and said, it's not something that won't be there in the future. A medicinal pill, you really don't have to worry about it, senior sister. Gong Sunling suddenly reacted at this time. This medicinal pill was refined by Yang Chen. However, after all, this was a second-grade questioning inner heart pill, which could almost invite a master of the Deshang stage to make a move. Yang Chen just gave it to her so casually? In her mind, the scene of her and Yang Chen's spiritual awareness double cultivation suddenly appeared. In order to be able to cooperate with Yang Chen, Gong Xuanling's own legs were crossed around Yang Chen's waist, her hands around his neck, and sitting in Yang Chen's arms appeared again. Gong Xuanling's face was red, but she could no longer say anything. It seemed that after experiencing the spiritual awareness double cultivation, Gong Sunling felt that she didn't have to be so careful with Yang Chen, she didn't need to be so carefully. Since it was given by Yang Chen cultivation, no matter how precious it was, she would accept it. Heart, inner Gong's sister Gong Sunling heart, she thought. Questioning Yang inner Su Yang, heart, I Dao realm, I Chin Yang inner heart Yang master, I Yang Dao Yang heart she had the pill. I will remember it next time. Yang Chen agreed with a smile, and then began to ask Gong Sunling about the results of her cultivation and her feelings after taking the pill. Gong Sunling was happy to talk to Yang Chen alone, and she also talked about her feelings one by one, as a reference for Yang Chen. Gao Yu has not yet come out of seclusion, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling have not left, they are in the same place. The two continued to wait for almost half a year, and Gao Yu finally changed. It was not that Gao Yu woke up from seclusion, but Gao Yu's body burst out with an imposing aura, and then the surrounding spiritual power began to concentrate madly towards Gao Yu. During this period of time, Yang Chen has seen it once and experienced it himself. Naturally, he knew that this was the process of Gao Yu also entering the solidifying core. Speaking of it, Gao Yu was slightly better than Yang Chen's other spiritual powers, and she entered the realm of solidifying core first. Yang Chen has been consolidating his cultivation base since the fire attribute spirit power reached the Jedan stage, and did not think that he could reach the Jedan stage in a short time. This is not that Yang Chen's cultivation base is not diligent enough, but that the Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art wants to reach the Jedan stage, 10 Jedan stage. It will not be so simple, there is no opportunity, it is impossible. Unless there is something like the 5th Earth True Secret Art and 10th Water True Secret Art, if the cultivation is successful, he may be able to successfully form one kind of spiritual power. As for whether he can drive all the other spiritual powers to form the Jedan stage, Yang Chen is not sure. If he wants to form the Jedan stage by hard cultivation, even if Yang Chen's acquired spirit root is full value, he will have to wait at least for decades. Gao Yu's Jedan process lasted for more than a year before it ended. From the beginning to the end, after Gao Yu swallowed the second-grade questioning inner heart pill, she had been in seclusion for 6 years. Together with the consolidation of the previous cultivation base and the Jedan stage, it was all completed. Gao Yu cultivated the water attribute spirit power, and now the success of the Jedan stage, from the Qi refining stage to the Jedan stage, it took less than 70 years. Although there was the help of the second-grade questioning inner heart pill, this speed was already amazing. After Gao Yu condensed the Jedan, the question asked was the same as that of Gong Sunling, also asking what kind of medicinal pill it was. When she heard that it was the second-grade questioning inner heart pill, Gao Yu was not as surprised as Gong Sunling. It seemed that it was a matter of course for the master to accept the filial piety of the disciple. The three people's seclusion has achieved all their goals. Counting with his fingers, it had actually been 30 years since he had gone into seclusion. This retreat could be regarded as a long retreat. Even if Yang Chen didn't mention it, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling would insist on going out. Since they have already condensed the Jedan, there was not much meaning in staying here to retreat. It was more appropriate to go out and gain experience. Although they could also fight with the monster beasts and puppets here, Yang Chen said that this kind of battle cultivated the consciousness and instinct of fighting. The real enemy was still the cultivators. Yang Chen, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling came out collectively, which surprised the head of the palace and several elders. Yang Chen said that this time they would not go out until they condensed the Jedan stage. Now the three people came out and they all reached the Jedan stage in just 30 years. The sect had 3 more Jedan stage masters, which was a happy thing. Asking the 3 people about the process, they naturally knew the time of their respective Jedan. As a result, everyone was surprised again. Looking at the time of Jedan, they knew that these 3 people were all cultivation geniuses. None of them was worse than Fairy Sure of the Green Jade, Immortal Island. Chunyang Palace suddenly produced 3 cultivation geniuses. As the head of the palace, his face was almost happy. Not only the palace master, but even the other elders also had a happy look on their faces. The happiest ones were Wang Yong and another elder, Gao Shiyan, and they were even more happy. One of them was Gao Yu's master, Yang Chen's master ancestor, and the other was Gong Suanling's master ancestor. Their own juniors were so excellent that they had a lot of face in front of several elders. Especially Wang Yong, his apprentices and grand disciples were so competitive, that was not an ordinary pride. However, all the happiness and pride, after Yang Chen took out 20 medicinal pills wrapped in talismans, all turned into shock. "What kind of medicinal pill is this?" the head of the palace asked curiously. Generally, medicinal pills were packed in jade bottles and rarely wrapped in talismans. Second-grade questioning inner heart pill. Yang Chen replied very casually. Chapter 552. Second-grade questioning inner heart pill? When they heard Yang Chen's words, all the elders present jumped up. "Are you kidding me? The questioning inner heart pill was still a second-grade pill?" Gao Yu and Gong Sunling have only heard of the name of the questioning inner heart pill, but they have not really seen the power of the questioning inner heart pill before they took it. What they heard was only the occasional bits and pieces that came out. Even so, they were shocked when they heard it. However, the reaction of the 2 women added up was not as exaggerated as half of any of the elders present. When they heard the name of the second-grade questioning inner heart pill, no one could still sit in the same place. Questioning inner heart pill, a powerful medicinal pill that could allow a master of the Deshang stage to break through the bottleneck of the middle Deshang stage. It was even a second-grade pill. Now everyone understood why Yang Chen would wrap these medicinal pills firmly with talismans. This level of medicinal pills, if they were not preserved like this, it was simply a crime. Yang Chen has seen that in that secret plane, all the medicinal pills turned into dust with the passage of time. He was naturally cautious in preserving the second-grade questioning inner heart pill. All the elders gathered around in an instant and stared at the 20 small jade boxes that Yang Chen placed on the table, staring at them intently. Yang Chen said that he would open another furnace after 30 years. After a few days of retreat, everyone saw the second-grade questioning inner heart pill. The difference of this one grade was like heaven and earth. If the first-grade questioning inner heart pill could allow a master of the middle Deshang stage to break through the bottleneck, then the second-grade questioning inner heart pill might be able to increase the grasp of a master of the peak Deshang stage when crossing their tribulation. Even the Deshang stage masters could use it. These masters of the Yuanying stage were naturally not a problem. In the past, for the 100,000 mountains, a total of 13 questioning inner heart pills were allowed, and 9 masters of the Deshang stage were invited. The remaining 2 were given to Wang Yong and 1 was given to the head of the palace. The 2 were not willing to take it until now. Now there were a total of 20 questioning inner heart pills. Even if each of the elders present had one, there would still be a lot left. When they thought that if they could get one, the Deshang stage was hopeful, everyone's heart was burning. The things that Yang Chen took out now were for the sect to manage. Anyway, the head of the palace and the elders had decided that the resources of the sect could be used by Yang Chen. Yang Chen no longer had to ask for anything from the sect. He could use it whenever he needed it. As for how these second-grade questioning inner heart pills were used in the sect, Yang Chen no longer cared. Anyway, the head of the palace and the elders were worried about it. In this way, I can just strengthen the prestige of my Chunyang palace. The palace master finally suppressed his excitement and said this sentence. Yang Chen, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were somewhat puzzled and did not know what the palace master meant. Wang Yong excitedly introduced the changes in Chunyang Palace during their closed-door training. The most obvious change was that the number of disciples recruited by Chunyang Palace had increased several times more than before. Every year, hundreds of people joined Chunyang Palace and became quasi-outer sect disciples. Chunyang Palace seemed to have the appeal of those big sections. Naturally, because of the operation of the 100,000 mountains, Chunyang Palace was now also a small upstart. The monthly salary of the disciples had doubled, and naturally, the cultivation of all the disciples was gradually improving. The overall strength of Chunyang Palace had also improved a level in the past few decades. If Chunyang Palace was at the bottom of the second-rate sect before, now it was at least in the middle of the second-rate sect. The growth of the sect has also led to other changes. In recent years, Chunyang Palace has also begun to hold auctions inside the sect. Of course, because many of the revenues of the 100,000 mountains were precious materials, the sect would also auction some of the unused materials. It just so happened that there was a public auction of Chunyang Palace recently, and there was no final item yet. When Yang Chen's second-grade questioning inner heart pill came out, it was naturally the best of the best. Are you kidding me? How can the second-grade questioning inner heart pill be auctioned? The palace master waited until Wang Yong finished his introduction before he interjected. What does the palace master mean? Wang Yong didn't understand what the palace master wanted to do for a while, and couldn't help but ask. Yang Chen gave you and me a questioning inner heart pill. I know that you, this old guy, are not willing to use it, and I am not willing to use it either. This time, we will all take it out as the final auction item. The palace master rarely said to Wang Yong in a joking tone. Looking at the batch of second-grade questioning inner heart pills on the table, the palace master suddenly said to Yang Chen, "Since you have taken out these things, we will also take advantage of our seniority. One person will take one. Do you have any opinion?" "It's up to the palace master," Yang Chen replied with a smile. He took it out and didn't want to care about it anymore. How to deal with it was up to the elders. Hearing that everyone could get a second-grade questioning inner heart pill, everyone was excited. The palace master was not pretentious. He directly threw one to each of them, and at the same time put his own one away. Then he said, "The rest of these will be sent to the secret pavilion of the sect. In the future, if someone makes great contributions, he can enter the secret pavilion once and let him choose." Naturally, no one had any opinion on such a disposal. The palace master and Wang Yong's first-grade questioning inner heart pill were also quickly taken out and ready for auction. Yang Chen and the other two have been in retreat for more than 30 years. Naturally, they also needed to get to know the style of Chunyang Palace again. At the same time, they also wanted to visit their old friends, so they quickly retreated. However, when the three of them were familiar with each other in Chunyang Palace, the news that the finale of the Chunyang Palace auction was 2 questioning inner heart pills had spread like wildfire with the exchange between the Wine Immortal House and other rogue cultivators, and spread to all parts of the cultivation world. In order to let most people hear the news and come, Chunyang Palace even specially postponed the time of the auction and set it for half a year later. The conspiracy in the 100,000 mountains, that was almost 50 years ago, and now there was no need to keep it secret. Moreover, the masters of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect also intentionally or unintentionally talked to some old friends about the questioning inner heart pill. Now the questioning inner heart pill has long been a good thing in the world. It can only be met but not sought. There were 2 questioning inner heart pills in this auction, which aroused the interest of countless people. Whether it was a big sect or a small sect or a rogue cultivator, whether it was a Deshang stage master or Yuanying stage ancestor, or a Jedon stage master, as long as they felt that they had enough wealth, they began to wonder if they could get something at the auction. There were even some alchemy masters and people from some big sects who began to consider whether they could take down a questioning inner heart pill first, and then carefully study the medicinal ingredients and alchemy techniques so that they could imitate it. The auction of Chunyang Palace has not yet begun, and it has already been hyped up. Chapter 553. Even those who didn't know what the questioning inner heart pill was, under the publicity of Chunyang Palace, they understood what the questioning inner heart pill was. It was a good thing that could be used by masters from the foundation stage all the way to the Deshang stage, and it was still a medicinal pill that could make people invincible. A medicinal pill once allowed a master in the middle Deshang stage to directly break through the bottleneck. Any one of them could make countless people crazy. In this world, there were many cultivators with poor qualifications who were trapped in a certain bottleneck and could not be promoted. When they heard that there was such a good thing as the questioning inner heart pill, they almost immediately realized how important this was to their cultivation. Some of the masters of the big sects, who didn't have a few relatives and friends, maybe there were a few juniors with poor qualifications who were trapped in a certain realm. If they could get the questioning inner heart pill, wouldn't they be able to break through the bottleneck and improve their cultivation? Countless people began to plan what price to pay to get the questioning inner heart pill. However, everyone understood that once the questioning inner heart pill appeared, there would be Deshang stage masters who would be interested. At that time, even if there were more spirit stones, in the face of the pressure of a Deshang stage master, it was estimated that it would be illusory. If they wanted to grab the questioning inner heart pill from the hands of a Deshang stage master, they needed other ways. These have nothing to do with Yangchun and Chunyang Palace. Chunyang Palace auctioned the questioning inner heart pill. It was a real transaction of money and goods, and they didn't care who bought it. As for the owner of the questioning inner heart pill, it was not a matter that Chunyang Palace cared about. The only thing that Chunyang Palace had to care about was the growing influence of their own sect. There was another advantage to the spread of the news. That was, since then, no one suspected that Yangchun had conspired to seize the heaven-seizing pill formula of the Xiang family. Since Yangchun could refine the questioning inner heart pill, this kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill, it showed that his level had already surpassed the Xiang family by a lot, so why would he care about the heaven-seizing pill? Although the heaven-seizing pill was good, in the past thousands of years, there were only two. Although it seemed to make people ascend, in the eyes of the masters, it was not as good as the questioning inner heart pill. Everyone understood that the cultivation obtained through one's own cultivation was the most stable and fundamental strength. Relying on external forces was still inferior in the end. The heaven-seizing pill was an external force, but the questioning inner heart pill was to improve one's own strength. The benefits for oneself were big enough. The masters could all see clearly. Yang Chen's reputation also became more and more resounding with the auction news of the questioning inner heart pill. This made more people gnash their teeth in hatred. The news of the auction was wildly hyped. Yang Chen was taken to the hall of the Immortal's cave by the head of the palace and several elders. Yang Chen, during these days of your retreat, my Chunyang Palace has also changed a little. You know it in your heart. The master of the palace said something inexplicable to Yang Chen, which made Yang Chen very puzzled. What changes? The master of the palace did not say it, and the others did not give any hints, but everyone's faces were full of joy. It seemed that there was a good thing, not trouble. After waiting in the hall for a while, Yang Chen had not seen Gui Shanyu, the hall master of the Hall of Eccentrics, and Shi Kuei and Xie Sha, the two guys who had not been seen since he came out of the retreat, soon came out of the portal of the Yuanying stage. Behind them, there were 8 strangers, both men and women, who walked out of the door together. The 8 people were all in the Yuanying stage, high and low. The highest one was in the late Yuanying stage, and the lowest one was in the early Yuanying stage. Yang Chen was almost instantly aware of the monster qi on these 8 strangers, and he immediately understood. These 8 guys should be the Yuanying stage monsters that were originally trapped in the Immortal's cave. It was estimated that they were beaten by the old tree demon, and then after promising a lot of benefits, they were drawn into the Hall of Eccentrics. Not to look at anything else, just seeing that they could transform into human form, it meant that the old tree demon had passed on the transformation secret art to them. With the stability of the head of the palace, These guys must have sworn to be loyal to Chunyang Palace with their monster souls. All of a sudden, there were 8 more masters of the Yuanying stage. The strength of Chunyang Palace could almost be said to have doubled. It must be known that every elder had a praying mantis puppet at the peak Yuanying stage. The comprehensive combat power of these masters was definitely not inferior to the original high level of Chunyang Palace. These masters were all hidden forces, and it was presumed that Chunyang Palace would keep it a secret for the time being. Secretly accumulating strength was the way of the king. Gui Shanyu introduced these eccentrics to Yang Chen one by one. It seemed that everyone had heard of the name of Yang Chen, and they were very polite to Yang Chen. After getting familiar with each other, Gui Shanyu once again took all the people of the Hall of Eccentrics into the portal of the Yuanying stage. It may be that there were some cultivation pointers. There are a few guys at the peak Yuanying stage, but for the time being, I am afraid that it is not easy to suppress them, so I did not win them over. The head of the palace watched the people of the Hall of Eccentrics leave, and explained to Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't know what was in the portal of the Yuanying stage, so the head of the palace wanted to make it clear for Yang Chen. Then he added, in the portal of the Deshang stage, it is said that there is also a master of the Deshang stage. However, we can't control it now, so we will not make other arrangements for the time being. When the sect has enough strength, we will see if we can win them over. This was a safe plan. Rashly winning over a master of the Deshang stage, who could not be controlled by anyone, this was not to enhance the strength of the sect, but to bring disaster to the sect. It seemed that this could only wait for at least 2 of the elders to be promoted to the Deshang stage, and then with the power of the old tree demon, they might be able to suppress them. Yang Chen couldn't help but look at his master ancestor Wang Yong. The master ancestor's cultivation base had already reached the peak Yuanying stage, and was now accumulating. Perhaps in a few years, with the help of the questioning inner heart pill, the master ancestor could step into the level of the Deshang stage. Next, the head of the palace seemed to want to explain the changes in the Chunyang Palace to Yang Chen one by one. He personally took Yang Chen around the Chunyang Palace, so that he understood the changes on the surface of the Chunyang Palace, and then he brought Yang Chen back to the room of the head. Chunyang Palace has developed very fast in the past 40 years. The head of the palace sat down and waited for Yang Chen to sit down before he slowly said, "Yes, Palace Master." Yang Chen also nodded. Compared with the original Chunyang Palace, the current Chunyang Palace could almost be described as earth-shaking. However, with the development of my Chunyang Palace, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect have developed even more. The head of the palace quickly expressed his concerns. Now they are temporarily allied because of the combination of interests. Who knows what will happen in the future? The more these sects developed and grew, the more they would pose a threat to the Chunyang Palace. The head of the palace thought so and was also preparing for a rainy day. In fact, the palace master doesn't have to worry so much. Yang Chen understood the worries of the palace master and immediately comforted him. Chunyang Palace is not their biggest enemy. Chapter 554. If according to the concept of the demon and demon, Chunyang Palace and several major sects belonged to the Dao sects, naturally they were not enemies. The enemies were the demon sects and the monsters. If it was according to the internal competition of the Dao sects, similarly, Chunyang Palace could only be regarded as a junior, the second-rate sect of the second-rate sects. At best, it was in the middle of the second-rate. Although it was a little better than the previous second-rate bottom, the absolute strength was too poor, far from being a competitor of the big sections. This was also the meaning expressed in Yang Chen's words. However, it was clear that Yang Chen did not expect the inflated confidence of the head of the palace. One day I will have to face it. On the face of the head of the palace, there was not an expression of relief, but more dignified. My Chunyang Palace is no longer the previous Chunyang Palace, some things have to be planned early. Yang Chen, I am optimistic about you. The last sentence, "I am optimistic about you," contained the expectations of the entire Chunyang Palace senior management for Yang Chen, but also the confidence in Yang Chen. They couldn't help but have confidence, not to mention the second-grade questioning inner heart pill alone. It was enough to let everyone see more hope. In the past, they may have been worried that even if everyone cultivated to the peak Yuanying stage, they could not go further, but now they were full of confidence. Achieving the Deshang stage was not an illusion at all. If Chunyang Palace had 4 or 5 masters of the Deshang stage in just 200 or 300 years, that was no longer an ordinary sect, but a first-class sect that could directly compete with the big sects such as the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. If the speed of the recent replenishment of the younger generation of disciples was taken into account, it was not impossible to grow into another first-class sect. All these changes were brought by Yang Chen, including the change in the mentality of the high-level members. Chunyang Palace, which had eliminated the internal troubles, had the resources of the 100,000 mountains, the spiritual power of the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave, plus Yang Chen's medicinal pills. It fully had all the conditions for the rise of a big sect. No matter how it changes, Palace Master, as long as we are strong enough, we are not afraid of any changes. Yang Chen was also affected by the words of the head of the palace, but he was more motivated. The Palace Master nodded slightly and said no more. Yang Chen understood what he meant. That was enough. As for the others, he believed that this young disciple would definitely be able to do better than many others. By the way, Palace Master, this disciple has made some progress regarding the matter from last time. Yang Chen looked at the high-spirited Palace Master Zhang Jiao, and his heart moved. He said to the Palace Master Zhang Jiao, "Palace Master, please find a secret place." Palace Master Zhang Jiao was stunned, then immediately waved his hand, and several restrictions were placed around the room. Then, with a wave of his hand, Yang Chen and Palace Master Zhang Jiao appeared in another place. Yang Chen was very familiar with the instantaneous change of space. It was clearly the same feeling he had when he entered the herb garden. Looking closely, it was really a herb garden. The space was not too large, with a radius of more than 100 acres. There were some elixirs, but the fire was not very strong. The best was only a few hundred years old. "This is the herb garden that I refined from scratch. It is not as good as your elixirs." The Palace Master Zhang Jiao knew that there were good goods in Yang Chen's herb garden, but he did not feel that his herb garden was bad, but he proudly introduced it. In this regard, Yang Chen was not surprised. Although his own herb garden was good, it was not refined by himself from scratch. In terms of the sense of accomplishment, it was not as good as the Palace Master Zhang Jiao's herb garden, which made him proud. Entering the herb garden, Yang Chen no longer hid anything and directly released Wan Qian. Suddenly, a seductive woman appeared in front of him. Even the shrewd Palace Master Zhang Jiao was shocked. This disciple accidentally caught a master. She has no consciousness, but still retains the instinct of cultivation. Yang Chen did not say the true identity of Wan Qian, but recommended her to the Palace Master Zhang Jiao. She is also a metal attribute spirit root, and her cultivation base is the same as the Palace Master. It just happens that she can have double cultivation with the Palace Master. Finding a double cultivation companion for the Palace Master had always been what Yang Chen wanted to do. Now that Wan Qian had completely changed her appearance, no one could recognize her. Yang Chen boldly handed her over to the Palace Master Zhang Jiao. He did not tell him the truth, but he was afraid that the Palace Master would contact the people of the Blue Cloud sect in the future. If he was not careful, it would cause more trouble. As for Wan Qian and her apprentice, the disappearance would become an eternal unsolved case. Except for Yang Chen, no one would know where they went. After waiting for a few decades or 100 years, perhaps the people of the Blue Cloud sect would think that they had gone out and died, and would not bother to find them. The Palace Master Zhang Jiao was a little stunned. A master in the middle Yuanying stage, and his cultivation base was the same. Yang Chen actually said that he would capture her, and it seemed that it was still before the retreat. How could he be surprised? As for why Yang Chen did not give it to him before the retreat, the palace master Zhang Jiao instinctively thought that during the retreat, Yang Chen wasted a long time to erase Wan Qian's consciousness, which was a way to avoid future troubles for him. The jade slip that recorded the double cultivation method, Yang Chen also handed it to the hands of the palace master Zhang Jiao, palace master. This method is more suitable for people with metal attribute spirit roots than ordinary cultivation methods. As long as the palace master cultivates well, with that questioning inner heart pill, it would not be too difficult to achieve the Deshang stage. Immediately afterward, Yang Chen also taught how to control Wan Qian to the palace master Zhang Jiao. With this technique, Wan Qian almost became another puppet of the palace master Zhang Jiao. Whether it was cultivation or fighting, the strength of the palace master Zhang Jiao could almost be said to have risen to another level. For the palace master Zhang Jiao, who worked hard to cultivate himself, Yang Chen would never be stingy with a little Wan Qian. In his previous life, Chunyang Palace was found as an excuse to destroy the sect because they supported Yang Chen. These kindness, Yang Chen would definitely repay it in this life. As for Yang Chen's own safety, with the sea-pouring jade cup and the golden bell, Yang Chen was no longer worried. If he added the shuttle, it would be even more effortless. However, Yang Chen's indifference made the palace master Zhang Jiao almost stunned. Who could have thought that quietly, Yang Chen would give the sect another Yuanying stage master? Moreover, this Yuanying stage master could actually double cultivate with him and improve together. Yang Chen, this disciple, had become more and more unfathomable to the palace master Zhang Jiao. Of course, the better Yang Chen's performance was, the happier the palace master Zhang Jiao was. Smiling and accepting Yang Chen's filial piety, the palace master Zhang Jiao suddenly remembered one thing and asked, "Did you kill a few people who challenged you before?" "There are a few." Yang Chen nodded and admitted, "They are entangled. This disciple has already admitted defeat, but they still want to challenge this disciple. This disciple naturally cannot be polite. Well, their sect wants an explanation." The palace master Zhang Jiao snorted coldly. "If that's the case, then give them an explanation. If they dare to entangle again, destroy them." Chapter 555. Just listening to the latter sentence of the palace master, one could know the posture of the so-called explanation to some people in front. It was nothing more than telling some people that the people were killed by the disciples of my sect in a legitimate life and death challenge. "I admit that I killed people, but it was your own fault." Chunyang Palace's waist was now a lot stiffer, and the confidence in their speech was not the same. The people of the small sect, if they really dared to entangle with this, they would be the next Luo family. Chunyang Palace faced the Luo family who had a master of the late Deshang stage, and the other sect could completely deal with it. Speaking of which, the people killed by Yang Chen, each one had a way to die, and Yang Chen was not afraid to confront anyone. In a spar, he had already admitted defeat. If others still insisted on forcing him to do so, he would be courting death. If he was killed, so be it. "Yang Chen, what's the matter with your body?" After talking about the business, the palace master finally asked about Yang Chen's body shape. Such a strong body shape, even among the body cultivators, was rare, and the palace master couldn't help but ask curiously. "This disciple is cultivating a body refining cultivation method." Yang Chen smiled and explained, "It's not home yet. When the cultivation is small, it will return to normal." The palace master also asked, and did not intend to look into it. After listening to Yang Chen's explanation, he nodded and said nothing more. In the entire Chunyang Palace, there was only one person who did not need anyone to worry about his cultivation. This person was Yang Chen. Since Yang Chen entered the sect as a disciple of the outer sect, no one had pointed out Yang Chen's cultivation, which was also an anomaly. Since it has been completed, What are your plans next? The palace master was completely concerned about Yang Chen, and did not mix any other thoughts. Read 10,000 books, travel 10,000 miles. Yang Chen replied respectfully, this disciple intends to travel around. Well, that's good. The head of the palace nodded. The way of cultivation is not closed. But, just as he said these two words, he suddenly saw Wan Qian next to him, and couldn't say the rest of the words. He just reached out and patted Yang Chen on the shoulder. Forget it, Luo Yuan can't do anything to you. Be sharp-eyed, run when you need to run, don't worry about your face. Originally, he wanted to remind Yang Chen to pay attention to safety, but seeing Wan Qian, a master of the middle Yuanying stage, being sent out by Yang Chen, the head of the palace could not say anything else. The Yuanying stage masters couldn't do anything to Yang Chen, the masters of the Deshang stage couldn't catch up with Yang Chen, so what did Yang Chen have to worry about, as long as his reaction was fast enough? Even if he had a stomach full of warnings, he couldn't say much. Palace master, if the time is right, then take the questioning inner heart pill. Before leaving, Yang Chen still left a sentence to the head of the palace. This thing is not as precious as you think. After that, Yang Chen turned and left, leaving only the head of the palace standing on the spot, carefully chewing on Yang Chen's words. The second-grade questioning inner heart pill was not as precious as imagined. What does this mean? Leaving the head of the palace, Yang Chen went to visit his master ancestor Wang Yong. The current cultivation base of the master ancestor was infinitely close to the apex of the peak Yuanying stage. Only the last step could be crossed. Yang Chen came to the master ancestor to persuade Wang Yong to take the questioning inner heart pill. This kind of thing, Yang Chen could refine it at any time, it was not as precious as outsiders thought. The master ancestor and the head of the palace have been reluctant to eat it. This could not be done. Since they had to develop to a big sect, they must have the heroic spirit of a big sect. There was no need to save what they should use. Persuading the master ancestor was more direct than persuading the head of the palace. Yang Chen casually took out more than 20 second-grade questioning inner heart pills wrapped in talismans from the Qiankuan bag and placed them in front of the master ancestor. Master ancestor, this thing, master and senior sister are eating it as a tonic, you don't have to be so thrifty. Yang Chen's smiling face, at this moment in Wang Yong's eyes, seemed so shocking. Master ancestor being able to enter the Deshang stage is much more important than these few medicinal pills. Although Chunyang Palace now had a master of the Deshang stage, that was the master of the Hall of Eccentrics, Gui Shanyu, the old Gui Shu, and not the original high level of Chunyang Palace. This point had always been a place of criticism. Wang Yong was the closest to the Deshang stage. If Wang Yong could break through, it would be another scene for Chunyang Palace. With one more master of the Deshang stage, their strength would soar, and naturally, their status in the sect would not be ordinary. Moreover, with the addition of Wang Yong, a master of the Deshang stage, if the sect was willing, they could directly subdue another Deshang stage monster from the Deshang stage portal of the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave to join the Hall of Eccentrics. 3 masters of the Deshang stage were enough to make the strength of Chunyang Palace skyrocket again. At that time, they might be able to reach the peak of the second-rate sect. As long as they accumulate for a period of time, it would not be impossible for them to truly become a first-class sect. The stronger the masters of the sect, the stronger the sect. The stronger the sect, the more resources it could master, which led to the easier development of the sect, thus giving birth to more masters of the sect. This was a virtuous cycle of the development of a well-developed sect, and Chunyang Palace was embarking on such a road. This truth, Yang Chen understood it, the head of the palace understood it, and Wang Yong also understood it. Therefore, on the second day after Yang Chen visited the master ancestor, Wang Yong announced a retreat to attack the realm of the Deshang stage. After exiting, Gao Yu was busy with another thing in the sect. As one of the masters of refining in the sect, Gao Yu had both water and fire spiritual roots, and both were at the level of Jedon. Some of the magic weapons needed by the sect, the flying sword, fell on her. The refining was naturally inside the sect. Such an arrangement made Yang Chen very happy. At least in a short period of time, Gao Yu could rely on refining to consolidate her cultivation base, without worrying about her unstable cultivation base. As for going out to practice, it could wait for his master's cultivation base to stabilize. His senior apprentice sister Gong Sunling also had arrangements, but she was now following her master to study more advanced formations. Such a talented disciple, Gong Sunling's master also had a lot of faith. Of course, she must be carefully cultivated, and must not let her suffer grievances. Her master called. Gong Sunling naturally couldn't say anything more, she could only follow her master's refinement. It was a pity that she couldn't go out with Yang Chen to practice. Yang Chen liked this arrangement very much. This time he went out, it was not a simple travel, but to target the Taishaman. Once something went wrong, it would be a big trouble. Yang Chen did not want to involve his master and sister when he did this kind of dangerous thing. Counting the time, there were still a few years before the Taishaman's consciousness clone descended to the lower realm. Presumably, the Taishaman had made all the preparations. If Yang Chen wanted to destroy it, he needed more arrangements, which was by no means so simple. Chapter 556. In addition to the arrangements made by the Heavenly Court, the consciousness avatar also needed a receiving formation in the mortal world. Moreover, the most important thing was that the consciousness avatar must have a carrier, which was the person who carried the consciousness. Only by accepting the infusion of the consciousness avatar could it succeed. To put it nicely, this was called accepting the infusion of the consciousness avatar. To put it bluntly, it was a possession. This consciousness carrier was destined to become a consumable and be sacrificed. The reason why it was a consumable was because the consciousness avatar could not last for a long time in the lower realm. This kind of opening the passage between the two realms required a huge price. From the bottom to the top, it was called ascension. During ascension, one had to accept the test of the heavenly tribulation. From the top to the bottom, the difficulty was measured in tens of thousands of times. The price of a few zenith heaven golden immortals being crippled for thousands of years was not something anyone could bear. Only a big sect in the immortal world like the Black Heaven sect could accept it. The whole process was also very dangerous. If there was a mistake in any part, both sides would have to pay a painful price. However, if it succeeded, it would also bring huge benefits. At least, if some news and experience from the upper realm were to be passed down, it would be a heaven-defying existence for the mortal world. Unfortunately, nothing was as perfect as one imagined it to be. It was impossible to bring down everything that the people above wanted to pass down. On the one hand, there was not enough time. On the other hand, the people above had to be very determined and firmly remember the information that needed to be passed down. Even so, when passing through the barrier between the two realms, the consciousness avatar would still suffer great damage. During this period of time in the lower realm, at least 99% of the consciousness avatar's memories would be lost. Only the deepest memories in the depths of the consciousness avatar could be brought down without being affected. It was basically impossible for ordinary people to learn about the situation up there. The Heavenly Court's rebellion and the re-establishment of the Jade Emperor was definitely something that would leave a deep impression on anyone. Therefore, in the memory of Yang Chen's previous life, this time, the consciousness avatar of the Taishaman had successfully passed down this news. As for what else, Yang Chen was not very clear. It would not be easy to disrupt the descent of the Taishaman's consciousness doppelganger, which was of great significance. Firstly, this matter was of great importance. The Taishaman would definitely be heavily guarded by experts. Moreover, the location was definitely in the core area of the Taishaman. Not to mention a living person, even a mouse would probably not be able to enter. Secondly, once the receiving formation was set up, it was not something that could be easily destroyed. This kind of formation had a self-defense ability, and the level of defense was not inferior to the Great Mountain Defense Formation of the Taishanmen. It was wishful thinking to destroy the formation when it was activated. However, Yang Chen was determined to destroy this great undertaking of the Taishanmen. This was not only related to the strong development of the Taishanmen in the future, but also Yang Chen wanted to take revenge on the Taishanmen Liang Xiaoming for blowing up the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. In Yang Chen's memory, there were several kinds of receiving formation. Now, Yang Chen could not determine which one the Taishanmen were using. If he wanted to know, there was only one way, and that was to see the formation with his own eyes. Only when he knew which kind of receiving formation it was, could Yang Chen determine how to destroy it. The Taishanmen was a big sect. Even the Chunyang Palace was surrounded by many rogue cultivators. Needless to say, the Taishanmen's side was 10 times more lively than the Chunyang Palace. The receiving formation occupied a large area. If the Taishanmen set it up in the mountain gate, it would not be able to fit it. It could only be in an area within the territory that was strictly guarded. Yang Chen had the appearance pill. In the past, it would not be too difficult for Yang Chen to take the appearance pill and change his face. Then, he could sneak into the territory of the Taishanmen among the rogue cultivators and sneak a look at the receiving formation of the Taishanmen. But now, Yang Chen's body was so strong that people who had seen him before could recognize him at a glance. Not to mention changing his face, it would be impossible to recognize him with 10 different faces. It did not seem easy to sneak in from the front, so he could only think of a way from another direction. That area must be heavily guarded. As long as Yang Chen could bypass those guards, he would be able to see the appearance of the formation. In fact, Yang Chen only needed to see the appearance of the formation. He did not need to do much. The once-in-a-century consciousness clone was related to the future development plan of the Taishanmen. The receiving formation had always been the top priority of defense. At least 2 masters of the Deshang stage explored the entire area with their spiritual awareness at any time. As soon as there was movement, they would take action. It was almost impossible for Yang Chen to get close without alerting anyone. However, there were exceptions to everything. Yang Chen had nothing else, but several magic weapons found in the treasure house of the Dragon Palace could be fully used. The flying shuttle, in the sky, under the sea, was almost omnipotent. In the underground Earth escape, there was no problem in other aspects except that the speed could not be compared with the speed in the air and the sea. Just the flying shuttle was not enough, and the Earth escape could not escape the exploration of the spiritual awareness of the masters of the Deshang stage. But Yang Chen also got another thing, that was the sea-pouring jasper cup. In addition to absorbing and condensing the 10th water true essence in the seawater, the sea-pouring jasper cup also had a very important role, which was to shield the spiritual awareness. When Luo Yuan chased Yang Chen relied on the sea-pouring jasper cup to escape Luo Yuan's pursuit many times, and finally led Luo Yuan to Lan Yan's territory. After successfully concealing himself, he killed Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan and Lan Yan, one was a master of the late Deshang stage, the other was a master of the peak Deshang stage, who was about to cross their tribulation. They could not find Yang Chen under the shield of the sea-pouring jasper cup. Naturally, the masters of Taishanmen did not need to be said. In order not to expose his whereabouts, Yang Chen entered the shuttle after leaving the site of the Chunyang Palace and went directly underground. In order to avoid being noticed, Yang Chen even circled a few times, drifting erratically, and finally determined the direction and headed towards Taishanmen. And from the beginning, Yang Chen covered his whole body with the sea-pouring jasper cup, and no one could use their spiritual awareness to detect the whereabouts of Yang Chen. This was also done to be safe. After all, Taishanmen was still a super big sect. Once it attracted the hostility of Taishanmen at this time, it would not be worth the loss. It must be known that destroying the consciousness clone of others in the lower realm could definitely be comparable to destroying the family. There was only one result for everyone, that was, they would not rest until one of them died. In Yang Chen's careful action, 3 months later, the shuttle Yang Chen took finally entered the territory of Taishanmen, and no one noticed it for the time being. However, Yang Chen was a bit embarrassed. He couldn't find the location where the Taishanmen arranged the welcoming formation. Chapter 557. In his previous life, Yang Chen only knew that on the day of the incident, there was a strange phenomenon between heaven and earth. However, Yang Chen did not know exactly where the Taishanmen had set up the welcoming formation. In other words, he could only search the entire Taishanmen's territory. However, this was not an easy task. At least, Yang Chen had not touched the mountain guarding formation of the Taishanmen yet. Once Yang Chen touched it underground, it would definitely cause the mountain guarding formation to react. At that time, the Taishanmen would raise their vigilance, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Almost carefully avoiding all the formations that the Taishanmen had set up here, Yang Chen carefully walked around the periphery of the Taishanmen's territory. However, he did not find a suitable place to set up the formation. If he wanted to enter the Taishanmen's territory, he would trigger the formation no matter what. Yang Chen was not proficient in all kinds of formations. At least, Yang Chen was not good at this kind of mountain guarding formation. It was obviously impossible to enter without a sound. It was even more impossible to suddenly break through the mountain guarding formation. It would definitely cause the formation to attack. That was simply walking into a trap and telling the Taishanmen where he was. It was not easy to hide for such a long time. Yang Chen did not want to fail at the last moment. Yang Chen must let the Taishanmen suffer a loss. After they suffered a huge loss, they would not be able to find any clues. This required Yang Chen to be 100 times more careful and not reveal any flaws. After carefully circling around, Yang Chen almost did not have the slightest idea. As long as he entered from underground, he would definitely trigger the mountain guarding formation. This made Yang Chen very distressed. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Yang Chen's mind. Immediately, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He was simply too obsessed with not revealing the slightest flaw, so much so that he had dug himself into a dead end. From the beginning, Yang Chen had been thinking about not letting anyone see him enter the Taishanmen. He had been thinking about this, to the point that Yang Chen had actually forgotten about the demon clan's beast taming technique that allowed him to communicate with demon beasts. The demon clan's beast taming technique allowed Yang Chen to communicate with intelligent demonic beasts. However, that was only useful when Yang Chen's cultivation was low. Now that Yang Chen had condensed his Dan, according to the description of the beast taming spell, he could completely control the actions of an ordinary animal. At the same time, he could also share the vision of the controlled animal. The mountain guarding formation would react to all creatures with spiritual power. Only those with the sex token would be recognized. Moreover, the sex token had to be refined with blood, so it was impossible for others to imitate it. However, this did not include ordinary animals. Animals without spiritual power would not be affected by the mountain guarding formation. This was the design consideration of the mountain guarding formation. Animals without any spiritual power naturally did not have the ability to destroy the mountain guarding formation. Therefore, from the beginning of the design, this type of formation had never been targeted at ordinary animals. Suitable animals were very easy to find, and Yang Chen easily caught the flying sparrow. To deal with this kind of sparrow without spiritual awareness, Yang Chen only used the beast taming technique once and successfully controlled one. Subsequently, Yang Chen controlled the sparrow to fly into the sky and swaggered into the Taishanmen's mountain guarding formation. The powerful spiritual awareness of the three purities' secret art was only left to control the sparrow from a distance, and did not cause any noise in the mountain guarding formation. In the core area of the inner mountain gate, Yang Chen did not need to look at it at all. The buildings there were densely packed, and the places where the underground spiritual veins were concentrated were all good places for cultivation. Even the Taishanmen were not rich enough to divide an underground spiritual vein and specially arrange the welcoming formation. Yang Chen paid attention to the empty places where the welcoming formation could be placed. Controlling the sparrow, Yang Chen almost looked at the empty places in the Taishanmen's mountain gate. What made Yang Chen strange was that there were so many places, but Yang Chen did not find any signs of a formation. This made Yang Chen puzzled. Was it possible that the welcoming formation of Taishanmen was already done with the formation plate or formation flag? As long as it was taken out at any time when it was needed? Yang Chen, who did not give up, once again controlled the sparrow to fly again, carefully checking every place. It took a full 2 months. The welcoming formation needed a huge flat land. In the territory of Taishanmen, there was almost no place that met the requirements. The only place that was seen in a valley was a little small, and it was impossible to completely launch the welcoming formation. Could it be that Taishanmen arranged the welcoming formation underground? This was a very possible thing. But soon Yang Chen rejected this idea. When the receiving formation was activated, apart from the carrier of consciousness, everything on it would be reduced to ashes. It was not the first time that Taishanmen did this kind of thing. How could they choose the underground that could interfere with the avatar? There must be something that he missed. Yang Chen once again controlled the sparrow and started to explore from the intersection where Taishanmen first entered the mountain gate. Walking on the main road, there was a huge mountain gate archway, and then entering was the square where the disciple test was carried out. It was also the location of the sect's mountain gate that received guests from all sides. Yang Chen was once thrown out here. Then there were the villas where the outer sect disciples were located in several areas. Several roads were connected, surrounded by mountains, and then the inner sect of Taishanmen was located. Suddenly, Yang Chen's heart moved. After entering the mountain gate archway, there was a square where the disciple test was carried out. If the houses used to receive guests were removed, wouldn't it be a sufficient place? The formation was arranged here. Usually, if there was any strong spiritual power fluctuations here, it would only be misunderstood as the fluctuations of the Taishanmen's mountain guarding formation. They would never suspect that there was any trick under this kind of eyesight. When it was used, as long as the door was closed in advance and these houses were demolished, it would be a huge welcoming formation that could be used at any time. Not far from the guest room, there was a master of the Deshang stage who sat down all year round. On the one hand, it was to protect the safety of the guests, on the other hand, it was to prevent anyone from making trouble. Counting the several big sects, only the Taishanmen had such a big arrangement. It seemed to be a respect for the guests, but a master of the Deshang stage sat down all year round. Was it not to guard the welcoming formation? The arrangement of the Taishanmen was really original. After discovering this, Yang Chen finally showed a smile. As long as he knew the location of the formation, the rest would be much simpler. There were only so many kinds of welcoming formations. Yang Chen knew almost all of them. As long as he used a simple method, he could easily judge which one was used by the Taishanmen. What made Yang Chen most happy was that so far, no one had noticed an ordinary sparrow flying in the sky. This also meant that everything Yang Chen did was still unbeknownst to him. Chapter 558. Many people among the cultivators have bird spiritual pets, and they can also share vision with their own spiritual pets, but no one can share vision with animals without any spiritual power. 4 spiritual pets with spiritual power, unless the owner appears in the open, otherwise, this kind of peeping absolutely can't escape the spiritual awareness exploration of a master of the Deshang stage. It was estimated that the master of the Deshang stage would never dream that an ordinary sparrow would let the Taishanmen's painstaking arrangement go down the drain. Several kinds of welcoming formations have a fixed way of setting up the formation. According to the position calculation, Yang Chen easily controlled the sparrow to fly to a key point of the formation that he knew. If it wasn't for this formation, then the sparrow should be safe and sound. If it was for this formation, then the sparrow would be attacked by spiritual power here. The first kind of formation was not, and the second kind of formation was not. When Yang Chen tested the key point of the third kind of formation, the sparrow just flew over. As soon as it landed, a spiritual power was stirred up on the ground and hit the sparrow's body. The sparrow instantly turned into flying ash and disappeared without a trace. It seemed that it was the third kind of welcoming formation. Yang Chen, to be on the safe side, controlled another sparrow and flew to another key point. The same result appeared again. After the second one, it was the third one. The third key point was still the same result. At this point, Yang Chen has been able to be completely sure that the Taishaman used the third kind of welcoming formation that Yang Chen knew. After confirming it, Yang Chen did not alarm anyone, quietly bypassed the mountain protection formation here and left the Taishaman far away. After determining the formation, Yang Chen had a way to deal with it. The consciousness clone descended to the lower realm. Because the consciousness had to cross the three realms of the immortal world and the spiritual world, it was impossible to accurately locate the suitable carrier. The welcoming formation was the formation that told the location of the carrier of the consciousness clone. There were three necessary conditions for the consciousness clone to take over someone else's body. The first was an accurate time, the second was an accurate receiving formation, and the third was a suitable vessel. Yang Chen knew that the location of the carrier was determined by the receiving formation itself. The simplest way to destroy it was to launch a powerful attack when the receiving formation was activated, causing the formation to be unable to operate smoothly. If it happened to be at the crucial moment of possession, the formation would immediately collapse. However, although this method was simple, it required him to face all the experts present at that time. Since Yang Chen wanted to trick the Taishaman, he would not use such a brazen method. Yang Chen's plan was to use a relatively peaceful method. Under normal circumstances, there was only one receiving formation, which allowed the consciousness clone to accurately find the carrier. However, what would happen if two receiving formations appeared when his doppelganger descended to the lower realm? Either the consciousness clone couldn't judge which one it was and it would eventually lead to the failure of the consciousness clone, or the consciousness clone would choose which carrier was more suitable. The carrier had to be able to withstand the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal that had been weakened by tens of thousands of times. Generally speaking, the carrier was a cultivator, and at least a cultivator of the Jedon stage. Otherwise, it would not be able to withstand such a terrifying consciousness and it would explode and die directly. The carrier was destined to be sacrificed. In order for the consciousness clone to be able to smoothly possess the body, the usual method was to use drugs to make the cultivator who acted as the carrier fall into a deep sleep, so that the main consciousness had no power to resist. Generally speaking, very few cultivators would be so generous as to sacrifice their lives for the sake of descending to the immortal realm if they hadn't gone through a great deal of nurturing and told the cultivator, who acted as a carrier from birth, that their fate was to sacrifice themselves for the immortal realm. Even if it was brainwashed by religion, it was still a creature after all, and there was an instinct to survive. No matter how it cooperated, it could not be completely eliminated. This was a decisive factor for the consciousness clone to descend to the lower realm. For Yang Chen, it was not difficult to arrange the same formation. The most troublesome thing was the carrier, the cultivator of the Jedon stage, who was willing to sacrifice himself for the consciousness clone of the immortal world. There were 5 of them in Yang Chen's medicine garden. Each of Wan Qian's 5 apprentices was a living puppet who had lost their active consciousness. This also meant that they, who had no active consciousness, were born with an advantage over those carriers chosen by the Taishanmen who had active consciousness. In this way, if Yang Chen chose another suitable place to arrange an identical receiving formation, and there were 5 carriers in the receiving formation that were easier to possess. At the same time, the receiving formation of the Taishanmen was activated, whether it was for the Taishanmen or the consciousness clone in the lower realm, it would be a disaster. The receiving formation was by no means a simple formation. Even for Yang Chen, it would take several years. After calculating, there were less than 5 years before the consciousness clone of the Taishanmen would descend to the lower realm. This time was enough for Yang Chen to successfully arrange another receiving formation. There were a lot of materials needed for the formation, but unfortunately, Yang Chen did not have so many materials on hand. Some things were more special and rare. Once Yang Chen bought them, it would inevitably arouse the suspicion of the Taishanmen afterwards. However, no one would have thought that Chunyang Palace had already controlled the Shirwan Mountains with several other sects at this moment. The materials for these formations were almost all produced in the Shirwan Mountains. As the behind-the-scenes boss, these materials were naturally hoarded. After Yang Chen made a big circle, he quickly rushed back to Chunyang Palace. He mentioned it to the palace master. The palace master did not even ask Yang Chen what he wanted these things for. He directly asked Elder Jingfeng, who was in charge of the resources of Chunyang Palace, to allocate the materials to Yang Chen. Elder Jingfeng did it more thoroughly. He took Yang Chen to the sect's warehouse, opened the door, and then threw Yang Chen in. No matter what Yang Chen took, anyway, everyone had already reached a consensus that Yang Chen was cultivated as the future sect master. Strictly speaking, Yang Chen was now the young palace master. As for what Yang Chen wanted to take, no one would care about Yang Chen, and no one would run out to find it unfair. What Yang Chen had contributed to the sect over the years had exceeded the sum of the sect's millennium income. What else could he care about? Everything seemed to be in Yang Chen's calculations. From the Shirwan Mountains hoarding materials, now Yang Chen had enough materials when he needed them. What Yang Chen had to do now was to find another suitable place, and then arrange the same receiving formation, waiting for the moment when the consciousness clone descended to the lower realm to launch the formation.